hello, hello. Hello, can you guys hear me okay? I want to make sure that I have a microphone on this end and that you guys can hear me loud and clear. Hello, hi, 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 hi. It's a new setup for the stream, so I want to make sure that you guys can hear everything all right. And as we get started, if you guys can tell me if the sound is sounding good, like through everyone else, because we're gonna have everyone talking at the same time, probably sometimes. So I want to make sure you guys can hear me clearly, and you can hear everyone else, all the players clearly. I'm so nervous. Oh, I'm so glad. Gracie, hello. Mac, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, Bae. Hi, guys. Hello. Thank you so much. It's a cute setup. I really like it. I was super excited for it. We got all the ravens everywhere because you know how it is. But I wanted to, I'm not going to talk for too long because I want to get us started. And everyone is like so nervous, including myself. So, I want to thank you, Gracie. I'm like so nervous. I'm literally so nervous. Like my anxiety is like in my chest, like, everyone was saying about how it feels like Theo mentioned that it feels like it's his first day of school, and I was like, I love that because it is a school environment and a school vibe. So I was like, that's basically what it is. The music was good. I'm so glad. I don't have any music on this screen because we're probably not gonna have any music playing while we're actually doing the stream because I don't want it to be too distracting. I thought about maybe putting a little bit in the background for like exposition. Because there's going to be quite a bit of exposition at the beginning that I have to get through. So you guys understand what's going on, and so the players understand like where they are and what the vibe is. So there's going to be quite a bit of exposition. But before we get started, I wanted to lay out a couple things to you guys so you know what's going on and you know how the vibe is going to be. I am going to be probably very distracted and very focused on making sure the story goes right and all the players are doing what they want and having a good time. So I will not be reading chat as the stream goes. At the end of stream, I will be having a little conversation with you guys to close off the night. So that's when I'll be talking to you all. So I'm not going to be able to talk much when we're actually doing the stream. I can probably talk a little bit on break, depending on how long everyone needs for their break. But there will not be much interaction between us, unfortunately, because this is more so you guys watching a story in the D&D campaign, basically, rather than like a regular stream where we're interacting and we're watching things. This is more of like a documentation of our sessions and stuff that we just wanted to do live because we thought that would be fun. Because you guys can go along the story with us and you can meet the characters and you can laugh along with us and experience everything else that everyone else is going to experience live and in person and as they're experiencing it. So you guys are like part of the story, you know? So Theo is so nervous and I love that for him. So thank you, Simple Kiwi. Thank you so much. And Madison, thank you. I love you very much. But yeah, we're really nervous and but we're gonna have a good time. We're excited. We're just gonna take it easy. So as a little bit of background, I have never DM'd before. So we're taking it very slow and we're doing a very simple style. It's not like typical D&D. It's more so like a role play, like heavily role play based rather than like all the technical stuff that goes into D&D with like combat and things of that sort. There will be combat, but it's just it's a lot more like, I don't want to say dumbed down, but it is kind of dumbed down. My outfit is a vibe. Thank you. I went with purple because Ravenwood's colors are purple, and I thought this matched my little thing. And it's Theo's shirt, and I got to rep my like best friend. So, you had an alarm set for this. That's so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you guys all being here. It's really exciting to have so many of you watching. But yeah, we're really excited. There's a couple of us who haven't really like. There's a couple of us who haven't really like. Played like a proper campaign of D&D or like any sort of campaign, so it's kind of a first for everyone in a way. It's a first using this kind of method. Oh, I gotta grab my dice. I forgot to grab my dice. But yeah, so I'm excited to go through the session. It's gonna be a very chill session, not too action packed, very much just introductions and fun stuff like that. I'm crazy nervous, but it's fine. I do have a couple of commands that you guys can use that I got set up for you. So they're going to be on the adventuring screen, which is the next screen over that I'm going to be popping onto. They will be there for you. There's a couple commands, and they're also in the link in the description. Not the link in the description, but they're in the description. So you'll be able to use those commands to see who's playing, to see the social media of who's playing. You can see what characters they're playing. You can see the pronouns. Oh, Shelby's already on it. Thank you so much. So that's basically the commands you can use to kind of help you follow along the story if you come in later, or if you need to take a break, or if you're not sure what's going on or who's who. I do have little drawings of everyone's characters, but you will not be able to see them until their characters are revealed and they're acting as their characters, because no one knows what each other looks like. So that's fun. But yeah, I'm really excited. I'm excited to see where this goes. We're going to have a good time, and everyone's really nervous, so please take it easy on us. Take it easy on me, because I've never DM'd, so please don't judge me too harshly. But yeah, we're super excited. It's an official D&D adventure, school D&D adventure. No, this is my own, so this is my own storyline and my own world building and stuff, so it's going to be very, a little bit complex and complicated. World building is so hard, and I struggled with it a lot, but it's fine. I'm going to pop into the chat, because it's been about 15 minutes now, and I don't want to leave them waiting too long. I know that D is also streaming if you want to watch D stream. But yeah, let's just get into it. We're gonna have a 15-minute break about halfway through the session, so you guys can always just grab all your things. Is anyone else streaming? I'd love to pull up theirs too. Just D today. They will probably be streaming like future sessions, but they wanted to kind of take it easy today. But yeah, just D is streaming. So if you do !D in the chat, I can do it really quickly for you. It should bring up her Twitch, hopefully. If it wants to work for me, I'm gonna take a sippy. Yeah, there we go. And if you guys can, grab your sippies, grab your snacks, grab all your goodies, because we're just gonna sit back and relax and have a story, tell a story, you know? It's gonna be a good time. I'm very excited for it. I'm going to jump in the other chat because I have everyone waiting and I feel bad. So I'm going to turn everyone on. They're all getting nervous. Hello guys, I'm unmuting you now. Oh, James has muted himself. I can't unmute any of you guys because you've all muted yourselves. Okay, cool.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Myself at all.
No, it's because you can mute us, but you can't ask us to unmute. Yeah.
Consent.
Consent.
Wow. Jeez. All right.
Sorry.
That makes sense though. Good for Google Meets, honestly.
Oh, we look
That's
so
true.
cute.
I know. Look how cute we look.
Are we all on screen right now?
Yes.
Oh.
Look at you all. Look at you all. Look so cute. Hi.
You're still
Jazz just goes, hi.
D, we need you.
D, we need you.
We need you.
We do.
I haven't posted anything on Instagram. I've been so silent. Let me
okay.
really quick do that.
Okay, so take a moment.
I can watch. Are you unmuted? D?
Oh, I'm just gonna share your story, Theo.
Not yet.
I'm worried. I can see the gears in her brain turning. She's like, what do I do? I was trying to start my stream. I was like,
valid.
I didn't write a title.
Title.
I was playing Stardew Valley still, so I was like,
oh, we love that for you. Okay, let me set this up real quick.
Oh, I'm so excited.
How are you guys vibing? How you feeling? Feeling okay? Feeling good? Everyone comfortable?
Theo was crocheting earlier.
Theo was crocheting? Wow.
I have my knitting for when I get nervous.
Knitting.
I am so proud of you. I love that for you.
It's so cool.
Making a scarf.
You know, Arlow would.
Very.
Arlow would.
You're so right.
Arlow should.
All right,
Arlow
let me.
should. Even better.
Arlow should. So I was explaining to chat that none of you know what each other's characters look like,
I'm so excited.
which is very cool.
I can't wait.
We love that. Let me just adjust the chat box really quick, and then we can get started. Get started. Thank you.
I love the layout so much.
Oh,
Also,
thank you.
the
I'm really happy
music
with
was
it.
so good.
Oh, thank you.
It was a bop.
We
It
love
was
that.
the
We
bop I
love that
needed.
copyright-free music that sometimes works out for the best, you know? I was really happy with it. I was like, hell yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let me move this down. Let me get Discord open so I can send you reference things. Okay, chat, how does everyone sound? If you guys at all can listen to the stream as well and let me know if everyone sounds good in comparison to like me, because I don't want to be louder than you guys. Okay, no, it can hear you. Okay, good. I thought for a second that I just didn't have it turned on.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Thank you, Theo. Sounds good?
You're welcome.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, and I'm good, like, in contrast to you guys? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're very good. We all sound
Potty.
very even.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, well.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Steady?
I suppose so.
I have a good bit of introduction for you guys before we even get started on anything character based, so I apologize.
A question?
Introduction.
Oh, introduction.
Lots of exposition, so I apologize.
So many drinks.
But there's lots of things I want you guys to know, you know?
Yeah.
Nice drink.
You know?
Lots of knowing.
Okay, are you ready?
We're about to be
Yes.
down.
I'm ready.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
I'm
Are
ready.
you ready to go?
Obviously.
All right.
Yeah.
Hiya.
Yeah.
Hey, yo!
Hey, yo!
Hey, yo!
Hey, yo! Alrighty. So if you want to mute, it's up to you, but I'm going to basically be telling you guys a story for a good bit of time here, so I apologize. It's a lot of information. I'm going to read at a good pace so you guys can keep up. But I'm very excited. Are we all good? We're good to go?
Yeah!
Let's fucking get into it, boys. Let's fucking get into it. I'm so nervous, so I'm sorry if I stumble over my words. Okay. Should I put some music on while I do exposition?
Yeah, do it.
I could put some of the music from the beginning. I'll just turn it down. I'll turn it down aggressively.
Take a deep breath.
All right.
There we go.
I won't be able to hear it, so. Oh,
I don't
actually,
see you.
no. I will put it on for myself. Let's see how loud this is. Okay. Can one of you tell me how loud this is in comparison? I think it's pretty chill.
Okay, give me a second.
I'll just do it for exposition so that you guys have some vibey music to listen to. If you watch stream, but you probably won't be watching stream, so
We're
you
good.
guys won't hear
We're
the
good.
music. It's good?
Yep, we're good.
Cool. All right, let's get into it, boys and girls and non-binary. Nothing rhymes with that.
Pearls!
Pearls. All right. Okay. When you think back to your life on Ostradel, it feels like a far-off memory, like an afterthought, like a lifetime ago. You remember everything, the smell of the market in your hometown, the star-filled nights that illuminated Ostradel's dark sky, and most of all, the warmth of familiarity. All you've known since the disruption and devastation of the rupture is the walls of the government-controlled sector you've been residing in. Gray, boring buildings void of any character, designated for those of your kind. Outsiders, Earth's alien vermin in the eyes of most humans. The implosion of the realm's portals was devastating to everyone that felt its wrath. You remember the lull of magic, the sharp pull of pain as the portals gripped tight to your skin, clawed at your limbs, yanked at your clothes. You remember darkness and blinding light and white heat and frigid cold. And you remember waking up far from home in a land where magic makes you a criminal and familiarity is a bedtime story. You've survived this far, a year in fact, amongst the others in your sector, watched over by humans with fancy uniforms, imposing machines, and threatening stares. You have a space to call your own, tucked away in the sector, but merely a space. It is neither a home nor a haven, or a room. It is a room with barely a belonging to call your own. You miss your things, you miss the walls you once knew, you miss the Australian air. Let me make this song repeat so that I don't just talk in silence afterwards. At least it's a roof over your head and a residence beside the kind you recognize. And on the upside, your neighbors try their best to weave familiarity in sector life each day that goes by. Decorating the outdoor corridors to look like markets, putting up glowing lights along the windows, hanging odd wood carvings and knitting cloth ornaments, aiming to use whatever they are allowed to get their hands on to paint their new reality with the memories of their past, like lost pieces of a reminiscent puzzle. You did what you could with your own section of this strange new home too, but there's only so much you're capable of with 4 boring walls and a simple cot to sleep on. Aside from the scolding eyes of the sector guards, you had been, for the most part, left alone with your thoughts and 2 odd meals a day. Maybe you enjoyed the solitude, maybe it ate away at you minute by minute. Time in the sector was predictable, at the very least, and in a strange new world, predictability was often a comfort. But then, something changed, with a letter slid beneath the door of your room, simply addressed to outsider. And afterward, 2 days later, a red case bearing a raven-like sigil holding an array of strange clothing, a booklet, and a peculiar device. Within the envelope is a series of requirements you've met with flying colors, although you were not aware you were applying for anything in the first place. It is noted further down the list that you are of reasonable age, as far as they've been informed, and that you are being welcomed, which is already strange enough, to something called RAVENWOOD Academy. Slid behind the initial letter... Oh, I skipped over a line, hold on. There is nowhere to accept nor decline. The pristine piece of parchment is simply stamped with a bird-shaped logo. Slid behind the initial letter is a sheet of 15 multiple-choice questions. There are no specifics listed, no descriptions as to what the questions mean, aside from a sentence in red that states the form should be filled out within the next 24 hours, and that a government official would be around to collect them. The booklet, tucked away inside the case, is titled RAVENWOOD Academy, New Student Field Guide, Year 13. Within is a novel of information that makes very little sense to you, even when translated to the best of its abilities into your dialect. Further within the case sits a series of shirts, trousers, jackets, shoes, socks, and much more. It's vastly different from the clothing the sector has been providing you from the start. A mere cream-colored jumpsuit. It's proper, clean, and well-cut. It's funny looking. You decipher that you'll be attending a school. You're familiar with the concept. But why now? And why of all things is a school their solution? Regardless, you think learning something new certainly beats the consistent drawl of routine in the sector. The mundane consistency. Maybe RAVENWOOD Academy could be something more. Something better. Maybe predictability is overrated. Maybe with a bit more freedom outside of the sector, you can find a way home. RAVENWOOD Academy is certainly worth a shot, and, of course, you don't have much of a choice. You look at the clothing sitting within the box at your feet and realize that these are the first few items you can really call your own in this realm. That's how you find yourself standing before a large form of human transportation, a bus-like vehicle, tall and wide and imposing. It's gray and daunting, like a dark hulking creature opening its mouth to you and beckoning you to climb inside. This isn't the first time you've seen this bus, nor the looming line of outsiders. The bus has gone and come back multiple times in the past few days, shortening the numbers of the sector's youth within hours. Today just happens to be your turn. You're standing in your new clothing, and the fabric clings to your bodily form in ways you're unfamiliar with. Uniformed humans stand guard in front of the bus's looming doors, waving their hands and gesturing you forwards. You stand in a line of other outsiders, all dressed in the same clothes, all seemingly around your age. You see their red cases, the same as yours. You notice that their scarves and neckties are different colors, different shades of orange, gray, blue, and green. You wonder about their significance and the significance of your own as you follow those in front of you onto the human vehicle. Every outsider slowly filing in a single line. As you step inside, you notice that the bus is wide and spacious, allowing for creatures of all shapes and sizes. You notice the soft cushioned purple seats, you notice the frigid temperature of the air and feel its bite in the tips of your fingers. You notice the eyes of the others already seated, some watching you back, some staring out the bus's windows, some holding tight to their cases as though letting go would be devastating. You take your seat, place your case on the floor beside your feet, and ready yourself. The engine roars to life as the doors shut, and out the window you see an ever-growing line even further within the sector, a menagerie of creatures awaiting the next vehicle to take them away. The trip there feels like a trek through the broadlands of Oesterdal. So much beauty and decadence, and this whole time you've been stuck within 4 gray walls. It's almost nauseating. You pass through a small town that doesn't look too entirely different from villages you know to exist in the reality of your past. The homes are made of brick and brown, and ivy-like plants climb along their foundations. The roads the human vehicle glides along are small and contained, and you feel the bus weave over bridges and around sharp corners. There is so much green and so many flowers. The imposing walls of the sector you became so used to lying in are in so much contrast to the brightness of what you're seeing now. You feel yourself floating as the bus takes on a small incline, and upon looking out the window you see what makes this world so much different than your own. Sharp buildings of monochrome grays shimmer just out of reach along the horizon line, light bouncing off of them in such a way you're sure they must be sparkling. They stand tall and formidable in the distance, like an outcropping of jagged stone towers. It isn't too entirely long, or at least it doesn't feel like it, with so much to look at, before you see a long stretch of cobbled road lined with a thick array of stout trees leading towards a tall black gate that looms over the pavement and casts a prison-like barred shadow against the cement. And I have a reference for that, so let me jump on over to that screen real quick. Hey, yo. Okay, let me send you guys a reference. Hold on. A little pause in our exposition here. I can't hear you. I mean, I hear you in real life.
Ow!
Okay, give me 1 second. All right, here's your picture. You can probably see it on the stream too.
We live like this?
You live like that? All right.
That's a whole ass cast.
Hey, yo. All right, so continuing from there. More guards stand tall and judging at posts beside the gates, and more can be seen awaiting the bus's arrival, hands on their tranq guns and faces detached. Past the gate, another stretch of path can be seen, leading to a momentous building unlike any you've seen before. It sits wide with a cream gray shade surrounded in patches of green fields and collections of bright flowers. There are multiple towers, reaching high and contrasting against the bright blue of the sky, and a pole stands atop one of them, with a flag flapping in the day's wind. It is purple, and imprinted across its cloth surface is the same golden raven logo you saw on your letter. The gate slowly opens, and the bus drives through. The others amongst you begin to stir. Some moving to look towards the windows, a few standing for even closer looks. There is mumbling and some chatter, and looks of both curiosity and anxious bewilderment. Guards wave the vehicle forward, yelling things you don't quite understand, and gesturing in ways you're not quite privy to. It isn't long before you're face to face with a lot of them, being guided down the bus's wide steps and onto the cobblestone ground below. And as you turn to face the wide road that leads to the remarkably grand building, you see another outsider standing in contrast amongst the armed guards. The man is slender and thin, but also quite stout, and the difference in characteristics works oddly against him. He looks older and short, dark blue hair, light blue skin, and he's clad in an interesting suit-like garb with a gray tie, much like the one many other outsiders are sporting. He greets you, in common, with a warm smile on a cold complexion, and states that he is 𝙍𝙘𝙗𝙗, then proceeds to gesture towards the building behind him, commanding you to follow his lead. And you do so. Small rocks crumble under your sector-provided black boots and gather in front of the case you pull behind you. And the crackling of the sand and stone is the soundtrack to your descent down the stretch of path and towards the castle-like structure. You can't see everything behind its oat-colored walls, but you can feel its size and the entirety of its form, menacing as it grows closer and closer. Put you back on the adventure screen. There we go. You walk alongside a group of around 30 others like you, guided by humans with fancy gadgets and uniforms, guards watching your every move, seemingly nervous themselves. Hell, this is probably the most free your kind has been in, well, ever. You approach the grand building and watch as 2 large metal doors swing outwards. human guards pushing them out open and holding them for the group to file in. Upon entering through, you see more creatures like you, all standing in a wide group of surely over 100, their eyes darting every which way, taking in their new surroundings, the tall, expansive ceilings of the structures, and its smallest intricate details laid out within the moldings. The floor is marbled and polished, and it's so smooth you can practically see your own reflection in its creamy white surface. The walls are barren of much personality and solid like brick. They are a shade of light brown, a warm color, but most certainly cool to the touch. There's a long desk feature in the large cathedral-like room, and a small lady sits behind it, eyeing the group warily. Artair announces that before you can be taken to orientation, you must proceed through a security measure. He leads you into another room adjacent, and you follow behind an even bigger group of creatures now, all taking in their new reality with looks of apprehension. A few appear to consider making a run for it, but one look at the stoic expressions on the faces of the human guards discourages them. The security debrief is less painful than one would imagine. Human guards ask you to walk through an odd, glowing archway, and once having done so, they confiscate your case, unzip it atop a table, and don on a pair of gloves. You watch as they rummage through the small amount of things that you own. They ask you a few questions about whatever trinkets you may have, and they clear you, sending you on your way and back into the reforming group of outsiders. You wait for the last of the group to go through, and then, once you're all together again, Artair gives you another unsettling smile and informs everyone that they will now be heading towards the auditorium for a special message before your time at Ravenwood Academy can really begin. The walk is just as mind-boggling as the bus trip was, but far shorter. You follow the large group of outsiders and feel as though you're all part of some big migration, each on each other's heels, staring around at the world enclosing around you. The large cement path leads you past an array of trees to one side, and on the other side, more buildings of the same appearance and stylized structure. Artair points at the second building the group passes and announces it as Ravenwood's main library. It's intriguing that in a world so technologically developed, books are still an important feature. The auditorium looks similar to the first building you entered. However, the ceiling is dome-like, looping upward into a round, spherical rooftop. Artair ushers you inside, and the group of your kind follows his and the guard's impatient gestures. Upon entry, you take in a circular room full of small red seats. There's an ungodly amount, all facing a stage of some sort, with dark purple curtains drawn behind it, elegant and intimidating in the auditorium's dark lighting. The guards point to rows and indicate where you should sit, and you move quickly, keeping your case close to you as you slide into your designated seat. It's a silent wait, aside from the fumbling of outsiders trying to fiddle their way through tight lines of cushioned chairs, adjusting their gear and outfits and little red cases, bumping one another, shuffling and shifting. It carries on that way until Artair takes the stage, the lights brightening atop him, and he leans forward to talk into a shiny silver microphone. You guys can probably imagine the whole tap, tap, tap noise. He informs you all that you should take out your government-issued personal handheld translation and communication devices. You watch as outsiders all around you frown. Some are clearly clueless as to what he's noting, while others pull out small devices from their cases, an item of which was listed in the student field guide everyone had received only a few days prior. You follow suit, reaching into your things and removing the device. As though on cue, the device springs to life, the screen flashing for a moment before a bland homepage is revealed, with a few plainly designed icons. Artair informs you all of which buttons to tap, and you do so. The screen brings forward a category option, a simple white box, and a small ear icon. Just tap, tap, tap. Artair tells you how to choose your preferred language and how to translate words in real time, as to prepare you for Dean Winchester's speech. Now, as a note, his last name is Winchester, but he's the dean of the school. So, not to be confused with Dean Winchester. You follow along the best you can. Before Artair can fully explain all of the options available to you, a tall, regal man walks out onto the stage. He is slender, his hair is slicked back and a dark gray shade, and he has a mustache of the same color above his top lip. His eyes are dark and unreadable, His eyes are dark and unreadable, and he's clad in a black suit, red vest, and a dark royal purple tie. In one of his hands, don't romance the dean, okay? In one of his hands, he holds tight to a golden intricate cane. The auditorium falls silent at the entrance of this dark, mysterious human man, and you watch as he nods at Arter and takes his place in front of the microphone. Outsiders. How does it feel to be out of the sector walls? Amongst us, amongst the humans, amongst the architecture and the beauty and the advanced nature of our world. Pretty incredible, I'm sure. You can tell by this man that he's not really the vibe. For a year now, whilst you've been relaxing, safe in your sectors, us humans and pivotal members of your kind... I lost my place. That of your kind that we could find, have been working on a solution to help bring unity between our worlds. It's been difficult, as I'm sure you can understand, for us to create a scenario where we feel safe. Where... Lost my place again. He's losing his place in his speech, okay, guys? Where things feel fair for us. We are talking about opening our world to strangers. It is no easy feat. But with our government's genius, we decided upon education. Why not start with schooling? With places where we can teach you what it means to live here on Earth, what it means to be one of us, to learn about our history and our people and our world as a whole. And so we devised a solution and have begun opening up schools across several continents that will allow outsiders of certain age ranges to attend classes, live in structured dormitories, and wander our towns within regulation. Isn't that just amazing? What we are doing here is evolution in its finest form. Of course, with evolution comes restriction. In your time here, there will be standards required of you, the majority of which are listed in your student field guide. Learn the rules and cherish them. They will keep you free. They will keep you in the presence of choice. We have a saying here on Earth: if opportunity doesn't come knocking, build a door. Creatures of all kinds, Ravenwood is one of those doors. It is our opportunity, our feat of hard work that we created for all of you to have a taste of how it feels to be a part of our planet, of our world. You have all been presented with a golden door, and now you're walking through it. You will see all that it has to offer on the other side. The freedom to explore, the freedom to learn, to grow, to experience a new reality far better than you could ever know. This is the first step in becoming human, in becoming an acceptable part of our world, in merging our society as one of us. We have built you so many doors, outsiders. Now all you must do is walk through them and behave while doing so. Of course. Keep your handbooks close, your TCDs charged, and your actions in line. We welcome you to a whole new feat of growth and transformation, and I, as Dean of the Academy, welcome you to Ravenwood. Fly on, students. And as you look up from your screen of your device that's been translating what this man has been saying, you're unamused, very clearly. You see that outsiders are already being ushered towards the exit, guards throwing their hands in different directions, splitting the creatures around you into 4 different groups, as if they couldn't really care to let it set in, you know? They don't really care if you're letting it sink in or not. The dean's giving you the speech, and he's fucking off out of here. You merge into one of the groups and follow the guards that lead you back out into the cool air. You're led into the same building you started in and directed down a long hallway with chestnut brown doors lining its walls and leading to who knows where. It isn't clear which door you may be entering until one of them springs open, squeaking on its hinges. A satyr stands with his back against the door, holding it open wide for each of you and smiling a stretched, friendly smile. His hair is blonde and wavy, curling in against his cheekbones and his 2 brown horns. His ears are pointed and elongated, and brown freckles dot his face like an intricate galaxy. He stares at all of you with multicolored eyes and beams bright. And as the group heads towards the door, the satyr speaks light and enthusiastically. I have a reference for you guys. I have a reference. I can't hear you, but I heard you in real life. Let me grab it for you. Where's my boy? Where's my boy? Where's my favorite boy? Hang on a momento. Here he is. All right. Let me switch over for you. That's the wrong one. Shit. This is the right one. There we go. Now he's on the stream for all the stream to see. Very puggy. I can't even hear you guys freaking out over him, so it's fine.
Hey-yo!
There's Claude.
Hey, laggy, hold on.
Oh, it's okay. You're good, you're good.
Hello, sailor.
Hello, sailor. All right.
Hello, satyr.
Wait,
Hello, sailor.
I have an X ad right now. Hold on, I can't see it.
Oh, you're good, Theo. You're good,
I
Theo.
saw him.
All right. The satyr speaks light and enthusiastically. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in, come on in. Please line up along the back wall and grab your TCDs out again. Trust me, you're gonna need them. This one talks forever. And he points with his thumb towards the entrance of the door that's wide open. And you file in, and you follow the others, leaning against the back wall of what looks like a rather drab and boring classroom. Not much decorates the walls aside from another Ravenwood flag and a few errant posters droning on about human history and anatomy. A man stands, very obviously a human. He is dressed in a boring shade of off-brown pants and a plain white button-down. His hair is slightly flowy and a peculiar mix of gray and blonde. The gray of his faint mustache atop his lips stands in contrast to the sun-kissed skin. You wonder if every human has a mustache. Oh, hello. He's angry. I'm gonna talk over you, my guy.
Did you say you wonder if every human has a mustache?
Yes.
I am now thinking the same thing.
Oh my god.
Are
Amazing.
Alright. The gray of his faint mustache sits atop his lip and stands in contrast, wow, to his sun-kissed skin. He stands awkwardly in front of a large screen that reads something in human words. Claude soon closes the door after everyone and skips to the front, hooved feet loud on the marble floor. Clippity-cloppity. Let me switch back real quick for you guys to my adventuring screen. Oh, that's my face. I'm still getting used to this fucking setup. There we go. All right.
Wait.
Thank you. Hello. I'm putting him down now. He seems chill. There you go, my guy. Alrighty. The man speaks. And he speaks in a very odd way. He says, hello, everyone. My name is Mr. Wilson, but you guys can call me Frank if you want. Makes us more relatable. And I'm one of the cool teachers, you know? Right. Mr. Winchester said I needed to try and tell you guys a bit about myself. Stop, I'm having a speech. A bit about myself to show you an example of human life or something. So, I'm 41. I've got a small cat at home named McQueen. She's my everything. He taps the whiteboard. A picture of a cat is revealed. He silently stares at the class and smiles, but no one says anything. He moves on. Anyway, I don't have much teaching experience, so therefore I'm your homeroom teacher, you know? Not much to teach in this one. Anywho, I should probably tell you what homeroom is. So, this is your homeroom. Yeah. It's a place you might have to come in the case of an emergency or something like that. Your panic room, you could say, in case of a natural disaster or some sort of attack, if extraterrestrials land on Earth. Kind of like y'all did. I guess you could be considered extraterrestrials too, huh? That's funny. Never thought of it that way, I guess. If more of you drop from the sky, you should report here, probably. I wish I had a panic room when that all happened. I was taking a shower and the next minute there was a giant green dude in my bathroom. Meeting an alien when you're naked it's a really vulnerable thing. Let me tell you. And Claude quickly from the back of the room just goes, and the man quickly glances over and kind of has a realization. He says, "Oh, right. Well, we're gonna do something fun today. or awkward, depends on who you are, I guess. But since this is your first chance to make some friends here at Ravenwood, we have a few icebreakers to clear the air and start up conversation. He taps the screen, and in human words, it just reads, icebreaker. Claude, if you don't mind, and no, you're not actually destroying ice, in case you weren't aware, and you hear someone at the back of the room kind of sigh in disappointment. And Claude is gonna help you sit down at your tables, and we're gonna go in alphabetical order for each of you. Now these have been randomized, so don't fireball me or grind my nuts for putting you with someone you don't like. All right. And there's just silence after his little speech, and he quickly just says, right. He begins with the first tables and starts listing off the group, splitting off people into small groups of 5. And Claude goes to the back of the room to grab small boxes, smiling all the while following them to their tables and beginning to fiddle with some brown blocks atop its surface. Mr. Wilson reaches table 3 after seating the first 2 and announces the first name and points to a seat at the table. Julien Archambault. James, would you like to describe your character?
So, what you see at first, you almost mistake this individual as one of the other humans that have been residing, and guards and teachers, as we've seen going throughout this facility. But looking over them more, you can definitely tell that they aren't a human from Earth, but instead, obviously, for why they're in this program as well as all of the rest of you, is because they are an Australian human from the realm that we were all ripped from in the rupture. He has fair, pale skin, very just average human-looking features, but what sticks out the most in his appearance is his very ruffled and slicked-backed brown hair that has some very tall height to it, but most peculiar to his appearance is his set of glasses that he has, which has 6 lenses. Of course, the first 2 are over the eyes that most glasses would have, but then 2 lenses on top of those ones, and then another 2 lenses that appear to the side of them. He has a very shy and slouched demeanor to him, sort of seemingly not prepared to have been called on so suddenly.
Would you like me to send
Little
your
stutter
character
and-
reference?
Yes.
All right.
This is so cool! This is so
Precious
cool.
man. Precious man.
Oh! And pronouns him or otherwise?
Oh yeah, for now.
He, him, I believe. Right, James?
Okay.
Yes.
How are you guys seeing this so fast?
It's in the references in the Discord. It's also on the stream now too as well.
Okay, true. My stream is lagging, but I'll do that.
That is so valid.
Okay.
So
Oh,
valid.
it's so cool!
I love him.
All right.
I love.
And
I love him. Like, I love him.
James, you take your seat. Julien takes his seat at the table. There's 5 little chairs, and he just chooses one of them. And Mr. Wilson, your homeroom teacher, he kind of stands forward and he says, "Next we got Andromeda. Oh, good Lord above, Andromeda. Chrysocoma. Crying in a coma. Chrysocoma. Andromeda Chrysocoma." Haley, would you like to describe your character?
Yes. So what you see is a very unassuming looking girl who's also very bright looking. She's kind of short, very small stature, around like 5'1", 5'2", that range. She's small like me. And she has very bright golden hair. It's kind of wavy. It's gathered in two low ponytails with black ribbon, and she has two black bows on top where they start at. Her face, she's very pale, and she has what one might say as golden freckles scattered across her skin. Her eyes, very wide, very kind of unsure, like she's still kind of taking in her surroundings, like she hadn't really woken up that well that morning. So very confused. And they are pure gold, no pupils whatsoever. And she's just kind of looking around. She's wearing the uniform, but in a way that someone is not quite used to wearing clothes is wearing her uniform. She's kind of like stiff, like fidgeting with it, like, you know, making sure it's still buttoned up, and she's not wearing shoes also. Oh, and on her hair as well are
I just sent your reference.
little...
Sorry. They're all freaking out.
Yeah, on her hair as well is little leaves that kind of stick out like weeping willow leaves. They're kind of like poking out of her hair. Sometimes one might fall to the ground. She like looks down and picks it up and sticks it back on, but it then falls down again. And yeah, so she's just kind of like...
All right, and Andromeda takes her seat next to Julien. Or do you sit next to Julien, or do you kind of sit a little bit across?
She leaves
from
like
him?
one seat in
Okay.
between.
All right.
Because she's hoping that no one sits on either side of her, so she's kind of like...
You're leaving that for someone else.
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Wilson kind of looks back down at his little sheet. He kind of like nods at those of you that are already sitting down, and he says, an easy one, thank God. Aria Lux. And Jazz, would you like to describe your character?
Hello. Okay. So what you see is a bright flash of red, and about a 5'9" humanoid walks up. They got big feet, like big old feet, big old broad shoulders.
Big old bobcat.
There is not a stitch out of place on their outfit. Their uniform is perfectly fit and tailored to their body. They have a little bit of a pep in their step. It looks like they took like 7 cups of coffee before they started this, and so they are like awake and ready. Let me think. What else? Oh my goodness. That's such.
Do you want me to send you a reference?
Yeah, go ahead. Send it.
Okay, and you can go off of it too if you'd like.
Yeah. She has little white freckles and these little red lines. Got little bean brows. Her eyes have no pupils, but are just little black. And she waddles right on over and just sits right in between Andromeda and Julien, and just sits looking at the two of them, very excited, like.
Precious. All right. Alrighty. Wilson looks back down at his sheet, and he kind of squints a little bit at this one. He's not really too sure how to go about pronouncing this name, but he attempts it the best he can. Theron, Rasbor, Theron Rasbor. Vey, would you like to describe your character? I can also describe them if you feel more comfy with that.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
So you see a dragonborn. Yep.
That's all you have
Black
to say.
scales, all black, with some gold flecks in them, and gold eyes, and horns, just massive horns coming out. He does have a tail. Let that be known. He is a little small for a dragonborn. He's only like 6'2"-ish, so a little on the smaller side.
A little on the smaller side.
I don't think that's gonna be a problem in this group, so it's fine.
I'll send you a reference
Okay.
for the rest of the group. He's already on the stream screen, so. I love the reactions. Beautiful.
And he's glaring at everyone. And there's like 3 people here. He takes the last seat with an empty space.
I love that. All right. Alrighty. Mr. Wilson, he seems a little bit like kind of intimidated when he kind of looks at who this Theron Rasbor man was, and he's kind of just like, all right. And he looks back down at his list and he frowns and he thinks this is a little odd. He says, Arlow? He looks up at Arlow and says, well, not at Arlow, but looks at the crowd, and says, do I have an Arlow? Just Arlow? There's no last name. We weren't really sure where to place you, my guy. Arlow? Theo, would you like to describe your character, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
So this man walks up. He's like 5'8" or so. He also has fair skin, yellow freckles, and yellow hair.
We love
Twins.
Twins.
And he has a very regal look about him, and you might be intimidated if not for the look of no thoughts behind his eyes, not one. He looks very blank but sweet, and he has little fish gills coming out.
Sent the reference.
And you're kind of like, what are you, sir?
Sherlock's freaking out with Emily.
You're good. He looks at Mr. Wilson and eyes him and then eyes the chair as if to ask for permission to sit down, even though everyone else has already sat down. But he's still just not sure, so he kind of is like eyeing that last chair, waiting for somebody to say anything or something at all.
All right. So he's just standing, kind of looking at it.
Yeah, he's just like,
It's like, what do I do with that?
should I? And he's like holding really tightly to all of his stuff, and he's just like.
Do any of you say anything to Arlo, who looks very confused?
Andromeda is gonna look at him and go to the chair right now.
And he's gonna just really awkwardly and slowly not too stumbly, but enough where you're like, has this man ever pulled out a chair before and sat down in one ever? And then he sits down.
Does he actually pull out his chair?
He pulls it out and you can hear when it just goes and he continues to take pauses to look at everyone, and then he sits down, and then he's like, okay.
This is a stupid question. Is it the type of chair that's in a science classroom, or is it like the stools, or is it the actual chair?
It's like those stools from that you might remember from your childhood, maybe middle school, elementary, the really small blue ones that are kind of just that weird slope that goes up.
Yeah.
And they just have
That's
the four metal pieces and the 3 things on the back that people used to stick their hands into. Yeah, it's that. That is the vibe. I know with all of you. Now you're all up on the stream, which makes me very happy. All right, and you kind of see Mr. Wilson kind of just nods, and he already goes ahead and kind of moves on to the next group, and he starts to call. I'm so sorry about Sherlock. He starts to call out the different You did amazing, Theo. He starts to call out the next tables and the members that are sitting down at the tables, and he kind of says, "Right, well, while Claude's getting you all set up, feel free to talk amongst each other." And you see Claude. Claude finally comes up to your table. He's just finished the first 2, and as he comes up to your table, he starts taking these little tiny wooden blocks. And he starts to stack them on top of each other. And it's very, very, you guys don't recognize this as any sort of thing. But I need you guys to roll for initiative, please. You can unmute now if you want. You guys are all here. I'm going to grab my dice real quick.
Okay. Yeah, let me know what you get, and I will write it down in the notes, and then I'll put it in the Discord.
All right, cool.
What are we rolling for this again?
We're rolling for initiative.
The D20.
No, it's a
All of them are like D6, right?
we can do D20 if you guys want.
I'm so down
What?
for that.
Oh, we're doing D20? Okay.
Do you guys
I
want to do a
rolled.
D20? Do we all have D20s at?
Yes, you can do a D20. D20 is fine.
Okay, let's do D20 then. Go ahead. Okay. Oh shit. And let me know what you guys get.
I got when we were doing D12, I got a 2, but when we did D20, I got a 20. So I'm gonna stick with it.
All right. Look at you. Your first D20 roll.
20.
Look at you go.
He's gonna need it. He's gonna need it.
All right.
I got a 10.
A 10? Okay.
No.
Okay. So Bab, we have Arlo at 20. I got 17.
Okay.
I got a 7.
Okay.
You got okay.
I got a 12.
Andromeda,
Okay.
7. And okay. And babe, what did you get one more time? Sorry.
I
A
got
10.
10. Okay. Theron,
Alrighty.
and
Have your D12s ready, please.
oh god.
My BBs.
What are you doing? Okay.
I will explain.
Damn, we really are those hot sexy bitches, y'all. We're just so cute. I
Look how
can't stop
cute.
looking at us.
I hope you guys have seen how cute you all look on the stream.
I
It's
can't
very cute.
stop looking at us.
Boff, you did such a good job capturing all these characters.
Oh,
truly.
thank you.
You did
Oh
such
my-
a good
I
job.
do. I
Thank
love
you.
them so much.
Yeah. I also want to say, like, when you were reading your little thing, I I completely forgot that I was nervous because I was so.
Aw, I'm so
enthralled
glad.
in your
I'm so glad.
story.
Did everything feel like it went okay? Did it all
Really
kind
good,
of
like-
capture okay? You guys
Yeah,
have a good kind of vibe of
Yeah.
cool,
Mhm.
cool, 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 cool.
Absolutely.
James, what did you get for initiative again? One
I
more
love
time?
details.
James got a 17. 12.
12.
A 12.
Got it.
What?
Okay, so it goes.
Sorry.
The list is. The list goes. I'll put it in the chat. It's Arlo, Aria, Julien, Theron, and then Andromeda.
Okay.
I'll put that in the chat.
Awesome. All right, so you guys look over at the table. You guys look in the middle of the table, and you see that Claude has built a tower. And to you guys, it's completely unfamiliar. You don't know what this is. It's very confusing. But as you guys, very meta, outside of the party, you know that this is a Jenga tower.
No.
I knew it.
I thought it was
So,
Lincoln
let's
Logs,
go.
yo.
I'm so bad at Jenga.
Arlo, my baby
shit.
boy, can you please roll?
Oh no.
Can you please roll a d12 for me?
I will do.
All right.
5.
Okay. Arlo, as you
Not
go
so
to Claude kind of explains to you guys as you're sitting there. He explains in common. He says, so you guys, I don't know if you've ever played this game. It's pretty cool. It's like a human game. Basically the vibe of this is you got to pull out these little blocks, and once you pull out the blocks, you're gonna have a question on the other end, right? And you gotta read that question. You guys gotta answer it kind of as a group, kind of vibe out. It's a really great thing. It's just a way for you guys to connect, and but this is a place to make friends. We're trying to make friends here. So as your friend, I'm explaining to you that this is something that you gotta do. And once you read the question, you answer it, and then you put it back on top of the tower, and you try not to let it fall. That's basically the object of this, right? So, Arlo is so confused. So, Arlo, you go to reach forward, and you're like, I have to pull out one of these blocks. You kind of got that gist, and you kind of want to just like touch one of the blocks anyways. But as you're reaching over, you kind of bump the table a little bit with like your midsection as you're reaching to grab for one of the things, and the entire tower falls to the table surface.
Does that mean I have to answer all the questions?
Claude just kind of
Answer all the questions.
just you. Claude just kind of looks at the fallen Jenga tower, looks at you, looks back at the Jenga tower, looks back at you, and just he just kind of says, give me 1 second. Let me just rebuild this for you guys. And so he starts to rebuild it. It takes him a little bit of time. Do any of you want to converse in that amount of time that he's taking to rebuild it, since Arlo didn't roll so hotly?
I just be standing there like,
Arlo, is that your name? Arlo?
yeah.
It's alright. I'm sure it looks very, dainty. It doesn't look like it's very sturdy, so it's gonna fall over.
So the blocks asked me questions.
I believe so. It looked like there was writing on the blocks when it all. But at least that's what I assume.
So am I gonna have another try, or is it over for me?
Aria kind of just looks around the group and just. What do you all think? Julien?
Looking at Julien, he seems completely out of the conversation. Completely hyper-fixed on the TCD that everyone was given and is seemingly just going through out the device and trying to learn more about it.
I love that for him. He's the kid that goes on his phone in class.
Aria just looks over his shoulder, just
like, Theron, did you want to say something? Theron's like,
Don't say anything at all.
that's so valid. Just staring, just like.
Andromeda is gonna turn to Theron and look at him and go, "Hello, what are you?"
Aria's just gonna take her seat and scoot a little bit closer to Julien.
Bless.
Aaron is just gonna sigh. Say, I'm Dragonborn. What are you supposed to be?
A dragon. Okay. Well, my name is Andromeda. It's really quite nice to meet you. I am a dryad.
Ah, a tree. That makes sense.
Have you seen it?
Seen what?
My tree?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, I am looking for it, so if you find it, let me know, please.
As you guys finish this conversation, Claude is just like the Jenga tower is already built, and Claude's just like staring at you guys like, okay, all right, yeah, have fun, kiddos. I'll be around if you need anything. Just let me know. And so Claude just kind of clip-clops off. He's very like, he is like the depiction. He is the depiction of like flamboyantly, like he's very just like, have a good time. Okay.
On that note,
and heads off.
On that note, can we
Yeah.
go for attraction?
Oh yeah, sure, if you want to. So
I need to know
Down to
if Aria's
business.
attracted to this.
all right, so anyone
Can I
who wants
romance
to roll for attraction,
Sure.
can. You also don't have to if you want to just decide that for yourself. But if you want to roll for attraction, you can roll your d12 and let me know your score, and I will let you know.
Can I roll for Claude?
Yeah, absolutely.
I roll
Awesome.
to have him.
Are we all gonna roll for Claude?
Can I roll for Claude? I think if you guys want to, let's all roll for Claude. Let's see what the vibes are for Claude. Claude Meek.
Oh, frick.
A
Is it a
4?
d20
Okay.
still for that?
You can do a d12.
D12?
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
James,
What'd you get?
James, please.
Oh,
Oh, that works.
all right.
I got 11.
One.
Okay,
That's
so
just stupidity.
all right, so Claude is Claude's
Five.
a 5. Okay, Theo.
Rough, guys. 2! He's not attracted to stupidity.
Okay, so the 4 of you,
Oh, two.
everyone aside from Andromeda, you're not really. He's for Aria, he's decent. He's an attractive looking guy, but like nothing you would go after, I don't think. Theron, it's very much like you can look at him and be like, yeah, he's fine, but like he does not spark anything for you. It's very just like meh. Arlow, literally the epitome of meh. And Julien, you don't even look at him. You just don't know. You don't even look at him. You're still on your phone. You don't notice he's even there. You completely, like, if someone were to say to you later, like, oh yeah, Claude, you'd be like, who the fuck is that, right? And then Andromeda, he's like this shining golden light of a goat man. You think that he is such a pretty man, and like, obviously, you know, you guys have seen quite a few people in your lifetime, but you don't think that you've seen anyone quite this pretty. All of his features are very elegant. He moves very, very softly. He's like, when you look at him, it's like the rest of the world fogs out of view, and you just, yeah, you're very attracted.
Hello, Seda.
Hello, Satyr.
Literally.
Called it.
Hi, goat man.
So Claude leaves. Your Jenga tower is rebuilt. And I think we're gonna move on, and it will loop back around to you, Arlow.
That's fine. I understand.
Aria, if you could roll your d12 for me, please.
Oh, here we go.
He's still grasping onto the concept of like what's even happening.
That's so valid. That is so valid.
I forgot to ask, is it just gonna be a straight roll, or is it something that we add?
Straight roll.
Straight roll? Okay.
Yeah.
I got a 7.
Okay. All right. So, Aria, you lean forward and you go to grab one of the little blocks, and the little thing kind of wiggles a little bit as you do it, and you have a moment where you're like, oh no, this is the same thing's gonna happen again, and Claude's literally gonna hate you. And as you pull it out, kind of wiggles a little bit, but you manage to get it out safely. And you turn it over, and give me 2 seconds. You turn it over to read the back of it. And I'm gonna roll to see what question you got.
Is it in common?
Yes. Alrighty. Your question
Her hands are just
is...
shaking a little bit from the adrenaline.
Your question is, what's one thing that made you laugh recently?
Oh, wow.
Do you read it out loud to the group?
The question is, what is one thing that made you laugh recently? And she's gonna look around the group, and she's just gonna go like, Arlo, would you like to start answering?
Oh, we all answered questions?
I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Oh.
You can, or
So
you can answer it individually.
Like,
Turns are dependent on who is reading
Mm-hmm.
the question.
Essentially.
See. What's made me laugh recently?
yes.
Oh, that's a great question. Well, on the way here on the bus, there was this duck, and he was waddling, and he tripped, and I laughed on the inside.
Oh.
It was very funny.
That sounds very humorous. Yes, very
Yeah.
humorous. Theron, something funny?
Something funny.
This class is pretty funny.
What would you say is funny about it? If you don't mind me asking, of course.
Probably the teacher.
Aria just turns her head to look at Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson is at the back by his desk, and he currently has a little cut-out slab of grass with a hole on it, and he is, as you guys would know, he is playing putt-putt behind his desk. But as the party...
That was pretty funny.
the group of you obviously do not know what the heck he is playing, so you just see him holding this long stick and carefully tapping a little ball that just keeps rolling up and rolling back down.
Hilarious.
You're right, very funny. All right, Andromeda.
What was the question again?
It's, and she kind of like leans and is like, what is something very funny that you've seen recently? Something that's made you laugh very hard?
Well, I had a very funny dream once. I think it was a few days ago. Maybe?
What was the dream that was funny?
Well, I was running, very fast, and then the ground was gone, and I was falling, and then I woke up, and I was like, whoa, it was a dream. I wasn't falling or dying. So that was very funny, and I laughed a little bit, and then I fell back asleep.
Julien, have something funny?
Looking at what?
Funny?
That-
Something funny?
Something funny?
Yes.
Well, I guess that really depends on how you were to define what is funny or not, on a scale of humorous or just amusing, or if does it have to be a vocal intonation sort of thing, or I have to laugh, or is it like where I could just exhale through my nose, or a smile on the inside, or according to
Julien?
Aria, that
Julien,
could laugh.
I think you're overthinking this a wee bit. What made you laugh recently? Whatever you identify as laughing.
Well, if we are to go on the basis of amusement, the most amusing thing, he sort of pauses for a second, looks around. Is there any sort of like adults or the humans and authorities, like the figures around?
There's
that in, like earshot?
There's like two guards that are standing by the door, the original door. It's still like kind of cracked open so that they can stand like one of them. There's a couple standing outside that you can see, and then there's two that are standing inside. And then the rest is like tables of other outsiders, and then Mr. Wilson in the back, and then Claude running around, scampering around, fixing people's Jenga towers.
If I were to whisper, would any of them be able to hear? From guess.
I could imagine the guard standing by the door could hear if they were listening pretty intently to you guys. So yes.
Looks over his shoulder nonchalantly. So yes.
Yes.
Guards are listening to us.
They're within earshot.
Sort of gonna get low nonchalantly and whisper. Currently, the most amusing thing to me is the similarities between the TCD and what I've observed as similar devices that the humans used. And, I am currently dabbling to see if there's anything I could... It sort of looks back over at the guard. There was a joke earlier, very funny. Yes.
The guard kind of just like, he's just kind of standing there. They're very, very straight, ramrod straight. They're holding their like gun things. They've got like their little scanners tucked onto their belt. And he's just kind of like, he kind of looks over at you when he sees you kind of like, oh, that was, kind of turning towards him. And they're just kind of, they kind of frown. And they like kind of shake their head a little bit and then like keep staring forward. They're not very bright. They just know that their job is to make sure that you guys don't do anything crazy. So they don't really catch on to your genius there.
They don't know, won't hurt them.
Exactly.
Essentially, what I am trying to do is to see if I could find a way to alternate this device to be more like theirs. Essentially,
Are you?
I am theorizing that they basically use some sort of the same magic or whatever they use to create this device.
You're
I like
So I
your
find
words,
that-
Magic Man.
Let me know if you figure
feeling
that out.
The
That
magic
would be
box.
interesting.
Yes, the TCD.
What if it explodes?
What? Can't do that?
At least
I don't know.
from my
It could.
current inspections, I
What I do
do not think it is capable of doing that. So you should be okay from explosion.
Yeah. No explosion.
Unless
Good.
it explodes, of course. And,
If?
If it's good.
well, we've only just we got it, so I don't really know if it could.
Right.
Well-
It could explode.
Fix her away
Exploding
if it does.
phone.
You guys,
Pretty cool.
as you're having this conversation, or after you've had this conversation, if any of you look up to see Claude, he's kind of just like, he's holding Jenga blocks, he's just like, and then just kind of goes back to what he was doing. He's had a lot of those moments with you guys.
Julien leans into the group. Who's that? Who's the person that's staring at us?
Who's that? Love.
That person? Oh, that's Claude.
It's Goatman.
Goatman. Claude. His name is Claude. He's one of the I think
Am I supposed to know?
I think they were supposed to know, but I don't know if he specifically introduced himself as anything other than Claude, and that he's the one helping us today. So we'll find out, I'm sure.
Okay,
Poor Claude.
back to business.
Alright, and she kinda Aria takes the block and is like, what am I supposed to do with this now?
I think you
What's in
said
pocket?
put it back on top. No, on.
Why would I put it back on top? We've already asked the question.
Claude
Just put it in your pocket.
Claude comes over.
Such a good point.
He kind of overhears because he's been listening to most of the stuff going on. That's why he's been hearing a lot of what you've been saying. And he sticks his head like between Aria and is it
Andromeda
whoever's
Andromeda's on
beside
the-
her?
and Julian on the side.
Yes. Okay. He sticks his head between Aria and Andromeda, and he just kind of goes. He just kind of goes like this, and he's like, he turns and he's like, "You got a question?" And
what do I do with the book after I'm done with the question?
you gotta put it right back on top the best way that you can without it, knocking anything over.
And she kind of just haphazardly just
It's
So
like
valid.
diagonally just flops.
yeah, literally diagonally.
Andromeda's like
Andromeda is bright red right now.
on her little golden skin.
Bright red.
All right.
Baby.
Just
No.
change colors.
If we're moving to the next person, Julian, it is your turn to roll a d12. Oh no.
Oh no. What'd you go?
Oh god.
What was it?
No.
What was it? A 1?
One.
All right.
No!
So,
Man. You're lucky.
We're so bad at this game.
Yes, I'm changing dice.
Who knew? Jenga? It's so hard.
so
Jenga is
Claude is like, he's like got his back turned to you finally, right? And it's like you see the man physically tense up when he hears just the crash of blocks behind him. And so he just is kind of like, and he slowly turns and looks over his shoulder, and he like smiles like a friendly little like, and he starts to clip clop back over with his little happy step, and he just kind of looks at you guys, and he looks at the blocks, and this time, Julien, when you put the block, or when you pulled the block out from the little Jenga tower, this time, instead of it just crashing onto the table, it crashes everywhere. So it falls into Aria's lap, and it falls into Andromeda's lap, and it falls into Theron's lap, and they fall on the floor, and there's blocks everywhere. And Mr. Wilson is walking around now. He's kind of taking a break from his little, like, putt-putt, and he's walking around, he's looking at everyone, he's just kind of, like, smiling and stuff, and he steps on a block, and he falls backwards and falls to the floor. And all you hear is just a loud and Claude quickly clip-clops over, kind of helps him back up. He's like, I'm fine. He's like, go fix the Jenga thing. And he kind of like hobbles over back to his desk with his bag, holding his back, and he's kind of like, I should have just kept playing golf. Why did I try to do my job? And as he sits back down, he's nursing his hurt butt. That's what happens when you roll a 1, I guess. Claude comes back over, and he kind of looks at you guys, and he's like, so, steady hands, folks, all right? Steady hands, you know, whoopsie. You gotta try to keep the tower intact. That's kind of the goal of the game, you know, so, yeah, so I will rebuild this for you.
Which I did.
Yeah, but it's like you get like an extra reward, you know, if you like don't knock the tower down, and also you spare my my insanity.
Oh.
So the incentive is the reward? What's the
Yeah.
we get?
The reward?
There's a reward?
Yes, what is that?
You'll find out once you finish your questions, guys.
Why is it that everyone else's towers don't fall, but ours do? Can we have a new tower, please?
Yeah, I think our tower is broken.
Yeah, I think it's broken.
Claude just kind of
The
like
design of
Broken.
this,
So many places.
thing
I mean, obviously
doesn't
there
be
you
very faulty.
Claude is just staring at you, like brows lifted, just like, and he quickly starts to collect all the blocks, starts to get them, and then as he's collected maybe like 10, and he just stands up, frowns, drops them back down onto the floor, and just like kind of stomps over to the other side of the room where he grabs a new box of blocks for you, and he comes back over, stomps some more, slams it down onto the table,
Put us in the tower.
and starts to rebuild the
you.
tower for you guys. All right.
Can
Goodman.
Arlow take his hand and put it on Claude's shoulder and like in a very obnoxious way be like, "Thank you. We're so grateful for you."
Claude just kind of looks and he's like,
Oh my god.
no problem. And he kind of
Andromeda also reaches forward and puts her hand on his shoulder. Thank you.
And I'm just like,
And then sits back down.
and Claude kind of like glances over at Andromeda and like kind of smiles, like kind of a genuine smile. He's like, and then he looks back over at Arlow and he takes one glance at Arlow's necktie and sees that he's Aquafin. And mind you, Claude is also Aquafin in the same necktie. And he just kind of takes a moment, sighs, and then walks away.
Oh god.
I'm not sure of the context, but I don't think it was good.
Well, trust and patience can be taught.
Oh,
It's fine.
It's okay. It's okay.
What?
This is why you rolled
say
a.
about
This is why you rolled a 4 or a 2, right?
I'm like, don't work.
You're
I'm
so
sensitive
cute.
about those.
They're so cute.
They're so cute.
Right. All right. So it's the tower's rebuilt for you, and we move on, and basically, Julien and Arlow will still have their turn, but we move on to Theron. If you'd like to roll your d12.
Let's go, Theron! Let's go!
Let's go, Theron.
Let's
Woo,
hope.
woo, woo, woo.
Sherlock is upside down under my pillows.
A 10.
Hey!
Tower is fixed.
Very nice. All right.
God
So
damn.
As you lean forward and you go to grab a block, the tower doesn't shake. It's like you have the steadiest hands. And I mean, you have these big, huge claw hands with these talons. And you just take your two little talons and you just go and you just pull it out. And there is and you get one of the blocks from like the middle, like down in the middle of the tower. And doesn't even shake, doesn't even budge.
Nice.
and you pull it back and you grab it and you read the question. And I'm gonna roll to see what the question is. Read it quick.
Me and Andromeda are like looking at each other like yes, this one works. This one works.
this tower works.
It's not broken.
Tower.
We really did
not
need a new
broken.
one.
No.
Literally, it's the new tower. All right, let me see.
We're so proud of ourselves for figuring that one out.
It comes to.
I'm so excited.
If you were invisible for a day, what would you do? Mr. Theron, sir. Sorry, you can read the question aloud too. I should be like messaging them to you, but it's all right.
Oh. So I can just ask everybody else.
Mm-hmm. And you can also answer as well.
Do I have to?
That's up to your character. If you don't want to, you can avoid it.
This is gonna be one of those for legal reasons. That is a joke. But to start with Aria. If you were
Yes.
invisible for a day, what would you do? Is the question, right?
Invisible for a day. And you can kind of, Aria just has this little look of like her eye just is twitching a little bit. If I was invisible for a day, oh, I know what I would do. I would go swimming all day in a nice little warm spring. That's what I would do. Because a lot of the time when people see me swimming, they don't. They're quite confused. Also, I like to feel in touch with the water. If you understand what I'm getting at.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Moving on.
Wonderful. Good.
Julien, what would you do if you were invisible for a day?
Well, I suppose I would have to take into account, is it complete invisibility to all sort of monitors and all sort of views, or I know that there are certain magical devices that can see through invisibility, so are those
Whatever
still able
kind
to
of invisibility
sense?
you
Oh,
like.
okay.
Sure.
Well, if I were to become invisible for a day from all sensors, I think I would just stay inside and read the book like I usually do.
Oh.
The way I love this man so goddamn much.
That was wholesome.
That was wholesome.
Yes. Very sweet.
Andromeda, what would you do?
I think I would, perhaps I would go into a meadow and lay down. And then nothing could eat me. Because they cannot see me.
Safety first.
But they could smell you.
I would roll around in some mud first.
Fair enough.
So I smell like mud.
That's smart.
Mhm.
Good thinking.
Fair enough. Sounds pleasant.
My brother taught me that.
True.
Arlow, what about you?
Oh.
I would find the closest mirror, and then I would pick things up, and I would juggle them around, and then you couldn't see me, and I couldn't see you. That's how invisible work. And then I would watch stuff float around, and I would just do that all day, probably.
That's actually so valid.
Sock puppet show. Imagine you put the sock puppets on, right? And then you don't
And
see
they just
me,
move.
and they just move, and they're like alive.
And they.
Yeah,
I think that would be very popular.
imagine. I could be the best puppeteer in the world
For a day.
for a day.
For a day.
For one day.
I have
That's
to really quick send this screenshot I got just out of character for a second, because Theo is literally the embodiment of this drawing of Arlow, and I just like to send that
Where is it?
in the session chat.
Where is it?
The session chat.
It's in session chat.
How did you get that? How did you get that? Oh my! It's like you posted it.
It's so cute. No, it's so cute.
Oh,
I was like, I have to take a picture of that. I was like, literally, I was looking at all your characters and I just saw that and I was like, wow. Just the same expression. Anyway, sorry. So I assume that, Theron, I assume you avoid the question. You don't answer it. Okay.
for legal reasons.
For legal reasons. All right. And then we've got Andromeda. If you want to roll a d12,
Awesome.
you got
Yes.
this.
Let's go.
11.
Nice! It really is the new tower, guys. It really is the new tower.
It is in a tower, y'all.
So, Andromeda, you kind of like, you get in almost like this little ready stance, right? And you stand, because you're pretty short, so you just kind of stand at this table. And you're staring down the Jenga tower, and it's just like, And so you just go for one of the ones on the top, and you just slowly pick it up and take it. And you put it in your hand, and
From the top?
nothing moves. Nothing moves. From like the around the top rather than like within the middle. You know?
Okay, I thought you meant I pick up
I pick up the same one. If you rolled lower, maybe, but you rolled really well. So
Okay, good.
and
I'm not stupid.
Goes for the easiest one.
so you grab that one, and it doesn't shake at all, doesn't do anything, and you just hold this little block in your hand, and let me roll real quick. Whoops. Your question is, give me 1 second. Imagine you discover a beautiful island where you decide to build a new society. What is the first rule you put in place?
It's a big question.
That's all.
It's for Andromeda. She gets a big question.
Ooh, I know. Books for everyone. Everyone gets their own book to read.
As you say this, Claude walks by because he's on his way to another table, and he just kind of goes like, I like that. And then he just keeps walking.
Coachman liked it. Yes, I'm very big into books too, so books, definitely. Aria, what do you think?
Oh goodness. What was the question again?
If you had your own society on an island, what is the first rule you would make for it?
Oh my goodness. First rule. I would say, I think the first rule is always start with kindness. I think that's a good first rule. So whenever anybody introduces each other, you speak with kindness, you look at them with kindness. Nobody is rude. I'm really bad with rude people. I really don't like rude people.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I think just beginning everything with compassion and understanding, even if we're from different parts of the world, you know, I think that's the important thing.
Oh.
Hmm.
Beautiful. Julien?
Could you repeat the question?
So if you had your own island and there was lots of people there and they all followed your rules, what would be the first rule you would make for that?
Well, if you really think about it, it's quite illogical to only enact a single rule at a time when building a new society. So you would be enacting several rules at once in a collective, and I think it would be more beneficial to the people of the new society if it were to be decided by a large group of representatives as smart thinkers of the community rather than by a single individual.
Like elders,
So yeah, yes.
Like
Or-
what?
So that's my answer.
old people.
I don't know any old people.
What would you want
Several
the
rules.
first, the first one? What would you want the first one to be?
Oh, I suppose because of that thinking, that my first rule would be that all the other rules are decided by a group.
Oh,
Can I roll for attraction for Julien?
You can, if you guys want to roll for each
Can I
other,
also do that?
you absolutely can roll for each other.
James, are you okay with me
Do we
rolling
want to
for attraction
go?
for Julien?
Do we want to really quick? Do you want to all go
Okay,
through
okay,
really
cool.
quick?
I love Julian.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I can't help it. He's
All right.
just
If
so
everyone,
cute.
if
Oh,
everyone
no.
wants to roll a d12,
Yes,
you can all see.
delightful.
Okay. Come on,
Oh, God.
12. Come on,
I don't want to get a bad
12.
score though.
Come on, 12. Let's go.
I got a 3.
Rib.
Valid.
I got a 10.
Oh, we love that.
Sir.
You're just a little bit closer to Julien.
I got an 11.
Hey yo.
Hey, no.
Hey yo.
I got a 9.
It's funny.
We all
The
have
rolling
today.
pretty high.
I glance over the chat from time to
Maybe
time,
not Adam's
and
squad.
it's
The
just
real-
it's them
the real-
simping for you guys. So.
Yes.
Amazing.
The real hunk of our campaign is Julien.
Love.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Sorry.
All right.
Okay.
All at 11, baby.
Hey,
Alrighty.
yo.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Continuing from that
Okay.
point, Andrew.
Andrew.
Sorry, that's how I always refer to her in my head. Andrew.
Yama.
And
Yama, 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 yama.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
Theron dragon? Mr.
Theron
Dragon? It's your turn to answer now.
Dragonborn.
Oh,
Not an actual dragon.
but
Dragonborn.
you were
It's different.
born as a dragon.
It's a little bit different, but that's unimportant.
So you weren't a dragon when you were born. But you are now.
What happened?
No. So dragonborn, which is a one word, it's a species, like whatever you are.
But when they're born, what are they?
Dragonborn, one word.
Okay,
Dragonborn,
that's what I thought, but I
different than dragon.
Born.
Oh my god.
Different.
than dragon.
No,
What's the
no,
difference?
Andromeda. Dragonborn, one
I
word,
don't
not
have
born
wings,
dragons. They're not descriptive. They're just.
but I
it's just-
descend from dragons.
Yes.
So we're
Okay.
saying
Dragon.
That's why you wear clothes.
born.
Oh dear.
They're on dragon.
what was the question?
I actually don't wear clothes.
The original,
Oh,
I just
okay.
remembered what the
original one.
So if you were in a place surrounded by water, it would be your own place, and you had a rule, and you could choose the rule.
Oh yes. So the first rule would be that it is an anarchy.
So,
There's no authority. It's like what?
No authority?
so what
Damn.
rule? No rules.
That's
No
what it boils down to.
rules. So, like,
Simple. Or not.
it would just be chaos?
Wouldn't animals eat everyone?
No.
Animals? Well,
Well,
one.
I thought it really that the animals are going to follow established.
Animals don't tend to follow society.
Oh my god.
So,
But if you stay inside because of the rules, then they don't. They won't eat you.
And
So
stay inside.
Andromeda.
Where?
Huh?
I don't know if you. Never mind. It's. Don't think about the animals right now.
It would essentially be a society
Mhm.
with no authority, so no
Okay.
ruling parties.
oh wow.
But you all help each other out, or don't help each other out.
I
Oh.
like
Whatever you
that.
want. It's just
Okay.
to each
I
their own.
really like that. That's wonderful, Theron.
Okay.
I just imagine you all sitting at this table, this like kind of like modestly sized people, like height, and then there's just the big dragonborn at the end of the table, like yeah,
I'm on my stool.
just like
This is a very small.
no authority, just chaos. And you're all like, yeah, I like that, very cool.
Thanks for the support.
Bless.
Okay. Well,
You're all not welcome.
We're not welcome.
So
in
Julian,
Ryan.
you're welcome.
Julian, you're allowed.
Julian's allowed in.
Why is Julian allowed? But no one else. No one else is.
All right. I
Okay.
think that was everyone, right?
No, Arlo says to go.
Arlo hasn't answered. Arlo, I'm excited for this one.
Okay, alright.
Get into it.
Arlo,
Yeah.
your turn.
Dog for mayor.
Dog for marriage?
So, no, the town would be ruled by dogs.
Mayor.
Yeah, mayor of the island is a dog.
Are they talking dogs?
No, but
Well-
like you can understand them through empathy.
Through empathy.
Yeah.
I don't think I could.
Well, when a dog barks at you, that means better be careful. And when a dog is licking you or excited to see you, it means like that's the way. So, thinking in those terms, we're making everything a lot more simple, and if the dog approves, then it's a good thing because usually actually dogs are great judges of character.
I've never met a dog.
Just put people in front of the dog.
What is a
Dog
dog?
likes them. They're okay.
Yeah, basically, you got it.
What is a dog?
The wolf thing that you brought up earlier, but small.
And nicer.
Oh,
They're like a friend.
friend.
I'm gonna let you guys.
Andromeda and Aria
I'm gonna let you guys
both
keep
say
real
friend
quick.
at the same time.
I'm gonna let you guys keep talking. There's
Friend.
someone at our door, so I'm gonna go look real quick.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
Okay,
Oh, you're good.
it's okay. I got it. You guys keep talking.
Hello?
Sus.
Okay.
Sus.
So a dog. Where would they get dog? How many dogs? Where would they get the dogs for mayor?
Well,
Is there an election
In
for
this-
dogs?
yes.
Yes. Do they? Okay.
Yes.
How would they decide?
So you would
Who would
rile up all the
decide?
dogs in the
It's a dog.
town, and then everyone would get to meet all the dogs, and then there would be a vote on which dog gets to be the mayor.
I feel like nobody would reach a decision.
So the dog votes. The dogs vote. Who the
They're all
dog
dogs.
mayor?
They're all
Well, yeah, the dogs don't vote. We vote on the dogs, and then the dog who gets picked then
Makes
has all
the
the power.
decisions.
Again, how do we get this
One
many
dog?
dogs to vote? Or
Well,
to decide?
On this island, it's like dog. In my mind, the island was filled with dogs,
Alright.
like Dog Island.
Yeah.
It happened,
Alright. I see where
I
you're coming
guess.
from. Yes. I guess it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Alright.
and then the dog would wear a big hat, so you knew which one was mayor.
What kind of hat designates a mayorship?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'll probably.
Right.
I could just make a hat.
I can also make a hat if you like.
Oh yes,
I'm
thank
very
you.
good at making hats. Thank you.
Oh, good. Perfect. Then our town is decided.
Wonderful.
We're gonna go with Dog
Am
Town.
I invited to the town?
Absolutely.
Oh, wonderful!
Well,
Great, I love that.
I do believe, based on your rule, that Dog would have to answer that question.
Well,
That.
You're not the mayor, Arlow, and you're not
You're
a
right.
dog.
I've already disrespected our mayor, and I feel so bad.
I have an
Oh,
question.
reaching
Are
for
these actual societies that we're building? Why do we keep asking each other if we're going to be able to join?
I mean, I'm
How much power do these little questions have? Are we? Are we now actually creating?
Are they
I don't
listening
think
to
that's
our
my
answers
curriculum.
and like judging us based off?
I
our
think we should
answers?
go on to the next. Probably not. I don't know why they would. This seems like a getting to know us type of deal. I don't know.
Yeah, we
Okay.
Who's next?
Okay. All right. So we're gonna finish up with Julien and Arlow. Arlow, you're first. Roll your little
Oh,
d12.
The 20, right?
Arlo, just take a
D12.
Take a deep breath.
It's fun.
You got this.
I believe in you.
Oh no.
Just think about your
Um,
dog. Your dog island.
I got
Not your dog island, but a dog island.
I see.
I got a 1.
Oh, what?
I see.
What? Again?
No!
Again?
Can I?
You need actual dice.
Anything I
that
can give
will
him
roll
to
well
like
for
make
you.
I know I do. I need actual die.
You know, I'm buying you dice.
Fluff,
Expect
Fluff,
you,
can
yes.
I? Is there
Let me
anything?
see.
Hold on.
Let me look.
You want me to roll?
Oh.
Maybe.
I can.
You could.
I could help with.
You could use arcane art if you like.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Can I do that with a
Arcane art.
Mm-hmm. So
all my spells?
yes. So you can use it to you choose an ally, another player in your party, and you can use that. The next time someone successfully assists the target with an aid, they get a +2 instead of a 1.
A +1.
Aria coming through and helping out.
Can I?
So I believe you can +1.
So I have to roll a 10 or higher, and then the ally can have that effect. Okay.
Yeah.
How
And
much-
then
how much
7
boost
to
can
9.
roll?
1 + 1, 2.
It's only 2.
No, that's true.
Yeah, it doesn't really
It's
do
not gonna
much.
how much Theo would you like to roll
It's
again?
okay.
Awesome.
It's okay.
So, it's okay. It's all right. So, Theo.
Dog for me.
Aria was like about to grab
Dog
her
for me.
loot, and then he just already went and grabbed it, and so she just
So,
slowly put it back.
Arlo stands and he's like, all right, okay. He's like, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this, right?
Take it off.
And as you go, you're like gearing yourself up, and as you go to reach for the blocks, you step forward and you feel your leg kind of give out a little bit because you step on one of the other Jenga blocks that fell earlier. And so you kind of go like this, and your upper body just completely, it just goes immediately through the whole Jenga tower. And it comes crashing down, and you come crashing
Are you
down.
Sure you guys don't want to roll for a trash.
They still need to. They still need
Andromeda
to.
wants to.
Andromeda wants to. Anyone that wants to literally can if they want.
I mean, he'll fall for you.
No,
I got a 10.
Oh,
that's true.
we love that.
Wait.
We love
I'm
that.
doing it. I'm going for it.
Do it.
I fall and Andromeda.
I got a 3.
Got a 9.
A 9.
They just love
Sorry.
each other platonically. They love each other
A
platonically.
9.
For sure.
A 2.
A 2.
Siblings.
That's fair.
I love that. All right, so Theron and Andromeda kind of spicy.
It's reluctant.
Hey, yo.
It's reluctant on my
Hey
end.
yo. So
It's confused on my end.
it's reluctant.
They're very reluctant.
They're on and for Andromeda now.
Do I have to skip my question this time again?
No, you're not gonna skip it this time.
Well,
So
you didn't pick one.
so you fall onto this Jenga tower, right? And you've made them all just go everywhere, and you're basically just like, fuck. And Claude kind of like looks over at the table from where he is, and kind of just this time he doesn't really react
Claude hates me.
because it's almost like he expects it. And he comes over and he's just like, he's kind of like, so how's that new tower doing? Are the blocks any better?
Good.
And
The old tower sabotaged me.
and you're right. And he kind of just like
Remember when he?
he kind of like looks at you and then looks at the mess and then looks back at you and he's just like, and then he grabs a block out of the pile and he hands it to you.
Yeah.
A question, Claude. I have to ask, why do we set up this tower of blocks to ask questions if it is such a hassle to put it back up?
Yeah.
Like,
Him.
why don't we just
Go through the
do what
questions.
we just did right there, where we just pick up the block?
Claude just
What
kind
if
of
we
like
spread them out on the table?
Well,
Like-
Julian, remember how he brought up the reward, possibly? I think that's kind of that aspect of it, with us getting a reward.
This
if we
doesn't seem
keep-
very rewarding.
Claude kind of like
That's
looks
entirely
looks
valid.
at you
Very
and like
good.
arches a brow and he's just kind of like, I don't even know what this game is. I'm just supposed to let you guys play it. You think I have any authority here? I have no authority here. I'm just the pretty face who's in charge of this house, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he just kind of nods and he's like, it's something about making friends and going through challenges together and, you know,
This has
I don't know.
This
It
has
I don't
I
think
do
I've
agree.
experienced any of those.
Claude's just kind of like,
I mean, specifically in this game, so far.
Claude just takes like a deep breath and he's just like, does anyone else still need to go? Has everybody gone
Yes.
aside from Arlow?
Oh, just
Oh.
Julian. needs to-
Julien? Alright. And then Claude grabs another block and just hands it to Julien. And then
Oh, wow.
scoops all of
Innovative.
the blocks into his box. And just completely confiscates all of the blocks from you guys and starts picking up the ones on the floor.
Get him out of here.
And so you're left with just 2 blocks in front of
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Right, little
Oh
thing.
God.
Thank you,
If you would
Goatman.
have picked this up earlier, I wouldn't have fell. Just saying, he.
I have to. I agree with you there, Arlo. I agree.
Also-
No, it was not our
cause and
fault.
effect. Cause and effect.
Yeah, exactly.
Claude kind of, or Arlo, you kind of, as you're kind of brushing yourself off, you're like, you know, you're gathering your wits again, after quite a time, and your question for yourself, well, for yourself and for the group, is, give me 1 second. If you won 1,000,000 credits, what would you do with it? Which credits for you guys is your way of spending money, essentially. You earn credits
school?
through good grades, you earn credits through achievements, things like
What
that,
is
rewards.
1 credit worth?
It's not really, it doesn't
Good
really
question, what's
equal out to anything, like dollar-wise or pound-wise. It's more so like the humans have, like, there's certain stores that are accepting of your kind. There's certain stores that will sell things worth of credits. And so, like, you could probably get a book for, like, 5 credits. Or, like,
Okay.
or like a hairbrush for like 2 credits or something like that. Kind of within like that range of like you win it, like very much like how Hogwarts wins like house points. You would kind of get like house points for winning things, or like
10 points for me.
yeah, exactly. So it's very much that vibe. So the question is, if you won 1,000,000 credits, what would you do with them?
I know my answer, but I would
Okay.
like to hear your answers first.
Oh.
Just for scientific reasons.
All right. Who would you like to start?
You can go ahead, Aria.
Okay. Well, given the only thing I've ever really spent credits on, at least here, was fabric, maybe that, or utensils to keep my loot working well. I can't think of much more that I would actually need. Yeah, I think those are 2 probably the most important things to me right now.
I like those answers. Okay, Andromeda?
Well, I don't really quite understand the concept of money so far. I would probably hire somebody to find my tree for me. Like somebody who's really good at finding things. Like really good. Like you tell them, find this, and they're like, on it. And they
I'll find your tree.
go
Go
do
do
it.
credits.
What?
I would find your tree.
I have a question
Oh.
about your
And then
tree.
the credits.
Is it a specific tree or is it just any tree that you really like?
Oh no, it's my willow tree. I'm
Oh,
a
So
willow. Willow dryad.
but is it here or is it just somewhere?
Love triplets.
Do you not?
I don't quite know. I feel like it's near, and
What-
I can sense it, but I haven't found it yet, and it's very vital that I find
That's
it.
exciting.
Mm.
Oh, we'll
I'm just-
find it.
Not quite sure where it is,
Sure.
but it's
Okay.
very gold, and very long and very pretty, and very nice, and
Oh,
has good conversation, and it's there. So
It talks.
I mean,
The tree talks.
when I touch it, I can feel.
like how you communicate with dogs.
Yes,
I don't communicate with any of these things. Is that
It's
a
like an
problem?
empathy thing.
I don't
And
quite
feel each other.
grasp the concept of
Rose
a
and
dog
empath.
yet, but yes.
Empathy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Awesome.
Clearly.
Right.
So if you see it, let me know.
Okay.
Well, let me know
Very
if you have a million credits.
Yeah, when I
I'll
have
keep an
him,
eye out.
I'll let you know if you're a good finder. You seem like you're one, so got a good nose. Anyways,
Okay. Theron. Speaking of.
Speaking of good nose.
Speaking of new good noses, what
Good
would you like to do
noses.
with
Sadie,
all that
this-
money?
Sorry, that was great. I would use 1,000,000 credits to travel. Just get the necessities and I would just wander around freely. Preferably.
Are we allowed to do that?
I feel like 1,000,000 credits could buy you some sort of passport thing.
Who knows?
Oh, that's cool.
I'll work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Julian?
I would probably put all that credits to a fund to collect scientific equipment, as the humans call it, devices that will allow me to more thoroughly investigate the intricacies of the world around us, essentially.
Right.
That's nice.
Right.
Nice.
Yes.
Awesome.
lovely.
I think I would probably spend it on food. Like a potluck would be fun. If we could all Yeah, so you bring food together. Yeah. Like one of my favorite times is Potato Saturday. Everyone brings different types of potato meals, cuisine. So maybe every week we could have Potato Saturday and then I would spread the credits among us and then we'd all use those credits to bake and make potatoes in different ways and then we'd have a potato party.
That sounds lovely.
And it's
Do they have to
delicious.
be in pots?
Huh?
And what's so lucky about the pots? Do they have to be in pots? And what's so lucky about pots?
Yes.
Well,
Also, what is you know?
what is a
Yeah,
what?
what is a potato?
You've never had potatoes?
Brown lump in the ground.
And they're starchy. They're
And when
quite
you-
delicious.
They are
I
very, you can
don't
peel
think
them.
the brown things in the ground are
I
edible.
don't eat.
They are.
They are
Say.
sometimes.
You don't eat?
No.
What?
Oh, you poor soul. Eating is so nice.
You don't eat at all?
No.
Can you taste?
Is that
Do you ever,
because
like,
of the
roast?
tree thing? Do you not like? Is it just like nutrients that you get?
The tree thing?
The tree thing?
Yes.
Nutrients.
Oh.
And it-
Oh.
It's kind of like, and then
Do
I
you
have to drink a
photosynthesize? I'm sorry if that's kind of a pushy question.
I have to drink a lot
What,
too.
what? Really?
Mm-hmm. I
Me
get
too.
dehydrated really fast.
I love that for you.
Right. So
Julian, I believe you're left. with your question.
Oh yeah.
And your question is, what do you think makes a good friend?
Aww.
The question is, what do you think makes a good friend? Aria?
Well, personally, I don't know. I've never had many friends. So.
Me neither.
Oh, wonderful. So I don't exactly know what would make a good friend by anybody else's standards, but I think, in an idealistic world, trust. Someone I think I can trust would be nice in a friend.
Andromeda?
Well, where I'm from, my family were my friends, so I would want my friends to be like my family, but not exactly like them, like we see each other as family, I think. 'Cause that's what I'm used to.
Theron?
Friends. Yeah, they. Ideally, they would be knowledgeable. Yeah.
But you have specific things you'd like knowledge about?
I mean, that'd certainly be helpful. Oh, my camera died.
Oh no!
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Don't panic. Don't panic.
He'll be back.
Look who's invisible for the day.
Well, you know what? While you're doing that, I'm gonna go pee really quick.
Oh,
We're very close to our break. I wanted to break
Do we want
it.
to do it now?
We can. It would kind of, if we took our break, it would stop in a good point to take our break, because it would be right before you guys meet your roommates. So.
Oh my god.
It's up to you. We can take it now if you want to.
A break time.
You want to do break time?
Whatever.
Yeah, let's do a break.
Okay, 15-minute break time.
15-minute break time. I'm gonna
All
go
right.
pee after you're done.
I gotta go pee too. Haley has a bathroom too.
I know, but I guess they were gonna use the bathroom too. So.
Oh, valid. Alright, so 6:30 then. If that's fine for you
6:30,
guys.
our time. 3:30
4:30.
Oh yes.
and 4:30.
6:30 my time.
I'll see you in 2 hours.
Oh.
See you then.
Kidding.
I love you guys.
I love you.
Bless you. And we're back. Hello. And Julian has his glasses. So good.
For the stream.
It's so
But I
good.
found them.
Like, contacts.
Did Sherlock return to his bed cave? I think he did. Let me double check on the boy real quick. Right.
Dog boy.
You back in your bed cave? He's back in his bed cave. Alrighty.
Ah.
Alright. So where we left off,
Take the
Julian
box of Cheez-Its.
was asking his question.
Go get a bowl.
She was rushed.
I want you all of them.
No, you're good. I got a bowl.
Goblin.
Little goblin. Alrighty. So where we last left off, Julian was asking the question of what makes a good friend, and I believe Aria and Theron answered, and I think that's it, correct? Alrighty.
Andromeda. He was about
And
to ask.
Andromeda. Oh, okay. Right. Alrighty. Let's go. Let's do it.
Arlow. What do you think makes a good friend?
Well, where I'm from, my family has like a little tavern, and people would come and go all the time, and so I had a lot of different friends for short periods of time. But this one time there was this guy, and he stayed for about a week, and we were climbing trees together, and I fell and broke my leg. And the bone was kind of sticking out. And he carried me back to the tavern, and he wrapped up my leg, and I remember feeling like that was friendship.
So you define friendship by someone having medical capabilities?
In that situation, yes, I do.
Oh.
I don't have medical capabilities, though.
Well, sometimes you can heal people with your heart.
You're right.
Arlo, I've just decided you are the sweetest person I've ever met.
Thank you.
Welcome.
But I promise I won't climb trees anymore, because since that day I've told myself that I'm never allowed to climb trees ever again.
That's valid. I'm very scared of heights.
You're not supposed to.
So,
Yeah.
that's good. I'm terrified of heights.
I'm not, but I'm scared of my bone being out of my leg. So.
That also would not be fun. I agree.
Okay.
That tracks.
Yeah.
So as you finish answering this question, and as you start to hear conversation kind of die down a little bit, and people start to kind of trail off a little bit, and it feels like the vibe of like, all right, like they've conversed, they've done what they needed to do, they've been there, and Mr. Wilson, they've been there, done that, and Mr. Wilson kind of walks into the front of the room. He goes back in front of his board that still says Icebreaker across it, and he kind of awkwardly is like, I hope you all kind of had a good time and had a fun talk with your friends, and well, now they should be your friends. Hopefully that you feel like you have like a friendship through them now, because that was kind of the purpose of that that little interaction. But we have something else really fun before you guys get out of here and meet your roommates and stuff, which is really exciting. I'd be really excited, except I had this one roommate in college, and it was not great, but without getting into all that, I'm sure you guys will have I'm sure you guys will be fine. Your roommates will be great. I'm sure of it. Yeah, so, we have this game that we kind of play here on Earth that, you guys might be familiar with, maybe not, I don't know, you're kind of extraterrestrial, so I don't really know what you know, but we have this game, and we like to call it Two Truths and a Lie, and, it's pretty fun. We're gonna just do a short round of it, because we don't have much time before you guys gotta kind of pop out of here, so we're gonna go, one round, everyone goes at least once, has one turn, and we're going to have to try and split you guys into groups where it's even. So we're going to be adding like kind of an extra member to certain groups, kind of dividing you guys fittingly. Some of you who had like groups of 5 that needed to add more players because, we didn't have enough. So they're going to be splitting up. They're going to be joining you guys. And yeah, so if you guys could we're gonna probably have to choose a partner unless you guys want to choose a partner. I don't know. Maybe Claude choose the partner for you. Yeah, I'll let Claude do it. And he kind of just like, he goes up to the whiteboard, he like taps it again, and it pops up with 2 truths and a lie, obviously in human language, so that you don't really know what it says. You guys have had, obviously, the translators have been translating as it goes. And Claude kind of walks up and he stands in front and he kind of tries to explain to you guys a little bit of how the game works. He says that essentially you have to give 3 statements. 1 of them has to be a lie and 2 of them have to be truth. And the person that you're talking to and the person you're partnered up with has to guess which one of them is the lie. So Claude basically starts to divide people. He gives people their partners. Yes, Julien?
Excuse me, is this game also as needlessly convoluted as the block game?
Aria actually
I
likes
second that question.
Claude just kind of like looks at you, like his eye twitches a little bit, and he's just like, Julien, you're gonna be with Andromeda, and Theron, you're gonna be with Arlow, and Aria, I'm gonna go.
Answer his question. He asked a good question.
I don't know the answer to his question. I just work here.
Is it? Oh.
Mr. Wilson kind of like looks over and he's just kind of like, look, it's just what we were told to do by the dean, so we kind of just gotta go along with it. It's a good bonding experience, it's good. You're bonding with people, you're learning some things about your friends or your would-be friends, or hopefully your friends, because then it makes my job look stupid. So you're just gonna bond for a little bit, and Claude kind of goes off and he kind of just nods in agreement with what he said and kind of like looks over at Julien and then keeps going. And he turns to you, Aria, and he just says like, I'll be right back. We gotta get you another partner real quick, because there's only 5 at your table, so we gotta go grab you someone. And so Claude runs over, but Andromeda and Julien, you guys will be a pair, and Arlow and Theron, you will be a pair. And Aria.
Oh God. What are you about to do to me?
Aria. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
You guys can chat if you want the other pairs.
Hi.
Amongst yourselves while I get this real quick.
Hi.
Hey.
I already have my
hello?
questions. I already got them
Your
up
answers.
here. Or my statements. I got them.
Oh, get into it.
Aria,
I just wrote mine down.
Get
Yeah,
into it.
as Claude's running around to
Writing
find
them
Aria partner, she like pulls out a tiny little blue book, and she's just writing things down very furiously.
All right. Aria. As Claude walks back over, he's guiding behind him. He kind of walks to the side, and behind him is a goblin. And he has this weird murky shade of skin. It's very like, it's a weird mix of like brown and green, kind of like a poopy color to be honest. And
Okay.
he's got these tall elongated ears that are super spiky.
Cool.
And this black kind of cropped hair. It's like a weird crop of hair, very much like, just like very Lord Farquaad-y. Kind of just like slopes down.
So handsome.
And he is
He's
dressed.
I
a
love
looker.
her attraction.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, he is dressed in in his uniform, but he has the IgnisEmber necktie, so he's in the same house as Theron. And he walks
boy.
up, and he's just kind of like, he has this weird like bounce to his step. He's not wearing any shoes. He's got these big feet, and he only has 3 toes on each feet. And he's just like walking over like this, very like jolly, like if you've ever played Sims 4, like how the jolly Sims walk, very much like that.
Oh my god.
And
okay.
he walks over, and
Goblin.
Claude pulls him up a chair and seats him, and Claude kind of turns to you and he says, Aria, this is Chuz Sunpass. He is a, Chuz. Chuz Sunpass. Mm-hmm. This is Chuz. This is Chuz Sunpass. He seems like a great guy. He's just gonna be your partner for this session, so we can, for God's sake, just get this freaking bonding experience out of the way, so you guys can just move on, you know. So you guys are gonna be partners, and we're gonna get this going, all right? And Claude just kind of like runs off, and he goes to deal with some of the other groups. And Chuz is just standing there, kind of looking at you, and he just says,
is he?
He's very short, so he's looking up at you very aggressively.
How short?
Probably like
We talking like Andromeda short? Or
No.
we talking like
he's probably like
short?
3 feet. Yeah, he's probably like 3 foot tall, maybe like 3.5 feet tall.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm, so very small. He's got like these very long spindly fingers, and they have these like little black claws on them. And
The chairs.
yes.
Did he have to like?
He's not sitting
Jump-
yet.
Okay,
He's not
okay.
quite sitting yet. So
Cool.
he's just kind of standing there looking at you, and Claude has pushed his chair beside you, and he just kind of like extends his hand very aggressively, and he just says, Chaz.
She gotta just charm.
And he
cool.
shakes her hand
right.
kind of like this, and then
Right.
he kind of turns to his chair, and he like looks at it for a moment, and then like puts his like elbows onto it and like kind of climbs up all weird, and like lifts a leg over until he's just sitting, and he sits kind of like crisscross applesauce just on top of the little chair, and he just
gonna be
stares at
my
you.
nightmares tonight.
He just
Okay.
stares at you, kind of smiling.
Cheers, my name is Aria. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hmm.
And
Yes.
And in that time, we're gonna jump over to Andromeda and Julien. And your little 2 truths and a lie.
Oh, shall I go first?
You can go first. Yes.
Okay. 2 truths and lie. Wait, am I okay? 1.
Yes.
Stomach acid is strong enough to dissolve stainless steel. Number 2, babies have around 100 more bones than adults. And number 3, cacti are incapable of being affected by pests and diseases.
I thought this was supposed to be personal.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. I think so. I mean,
Well, how will you be able to discern which one's a lie?
well, how would I be able to discern those two?
Cactus. Oh, well, because cacti are capable of being affected by pests and disease. So it is common and misconception that they are immune to such. Okay. Maybe you should go first then.
I can while you think of yours. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I thought of mine. Okay. My name is Andromeda. I
Ooh.
have a tattoo, and I like potatoes.
Oh. Looking at them, do they have a tattoo?
You can't see a tattoo on my body at all. As far as you know.
I do know your name is Andromeda. So that
Yes.
I do not see a tattoo on you. However, earlier when we mentioned potatoes, you did not know what a potato was. So, by order of deduction, I can assume that one is a lie if you cannot know that you like potatoes if you have not encountered one.
Yes! I didn't know what a potato was until today! So, that was a lie. I've
I
never
did.
lied before.
Oh,
That was a
What?
first. I do have a
Are
tattoo.
you okay? Oh, nice.
Are you
What
okay?
tattoo?
Oh, in what place?
What?
What?
Tattoo? What is?
It's on my back. You can't see it. She's wearing a jacket.
Oh,
Oh.
you're wearing a jacket.
Yeah, it's weird being covered. Shall I take it off? Shall I take it off?
I believe you.
I believe you.
I can.
Wait.
I'm wearing a shirt too. I can also take that off as well.
Claude's like,
Claude's in the background like,
yeah.
maybe later. Later. Oh,
Right. Okay. Two truths. One lie. My name is Julien.
yes.
I have brown hair. Wait, no. And like that one. My name is Julien. Ooh, I have a friend who's a book whose name is Napoleon. And number 3, I don't know what the potato is.
I feel like you do know what a potato is.
Are you sure?
That is the lie. Yes, that is the lie.
Yeah, that is.
I knew it! I am so good at this game.
Love.
And you have a book friend? Named Napoleon?
Yes, his name is Napoleon.
Napoleon.
And he reaches into his bag and just plops on the table.
Whoa.
He's not awake right now.
He lives?
Yes.
Can I...
Is this like an Ella Enchanted situation?
Same vibe. Same vibe.
That's awesome.
Please.
Uh,
Love that.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Can I chip?
Yeah, go
Or
ahead.
are you?
Pushes it towards you.
She
I
pokes
want
it.
to talk to the book.
Does anything?
I don't really understand what's making him go to sleep, but he just does that sometimes. He's
Oh.
not awake right now.
Is he dead?
No. He was talking
Ah.
to me earlier.
Okay. Okay, so he's alive.
He
Well,
does that.
when he's awake, I would like to say hello.
Hey, I will introduce Napoleon to... Yeah.
Okay.
Not to interrupt, but someone in my chat just said Napoleon, the book who lived.
The book.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Has come to die.
Perfect.
All right, so with that, we'll probably move over to Arlow and Theron.
Go right ahead.
Hi. Alright, I got a hard one for you. Are you ready?
Still ready.
My favorite color is red. My favorite color is blue. I have 2 favorite colors.
I just imagine little dragons.
I'm sending it to you. I'm sending it to you.
Oh, I'm feeling it.
Take your time. You're good.
Yeah. No rush. The lie is that you have 2 favorite colors.
No. I do have 2 favorite colors. My second favorite color is yellow. I'm wearing yellow.
I'm straight up imagining
I mean, I
Theron.
know.
Are you wearing yellow?
No.
Yeah, it's on my tie, right?
No, it's on
Is it on
your
my tie?
it's your hair. Essentially, your tie's
I'm
blue.
wearing it.
I'm wearing it.
You're blonde.
Look at my
That doesn't
face.
mean
I got
it's
blue
yellow.
and I got yellow. Wait, yeah. Just think about it.
Well, your ears have a little bit of yellow at the end of them. They have like the blue and the yellow.
Yeah, they're yellow and blue.
So
I'm trying to love myself.
I imagine I just completely imagine Theron just like learning that he was wrong and just being like, ugh.
Shut up.
that I would do the 5 stages of grief. Real fast.
Love.
Does that mean I won? I've never won anything in my whole life.
I don't really
my
should
God.
say anything, but sure. I don't know how to take this prize. Good job, Arlo.
Thanks. Your turn.
Okay. I like animals. I am being forced to do this. I am a dragon. Making this as simple as possible. All right.
Okay, wait. So earlier we were talking about you're a dragon, but you said that you're like dragonborn. So you're a descendant of dragons, but you're not a dragon. But you are a dragon because I'm looking at you and you look like a dragon, dude. What was it? You like animals and you are forced to be here. Well, obviously that one's true. You didn't like my dog idea, so I think I'm gonna go with that's the lie. That you like animals. Are you a dragon? I'm not sure still.
Once again,
I'm listening.
which one more time.
Yeah.
I am not a dragon. I said those exact words like
Is lizard appropriate?
No. Okay, you lost. Let's just leave it at that.
Wait, no, wait. I need you to explain. Like, what are you? So you're not a dragon, but you are related to dragons. You're dragonborn. It's a species of dragons.
No. So there are dragons.
Dragons.
And then there's me.
You.
They're kind of similar. Kind of descended from dragons.
Okay.
But different. Not a
Different.
dragon.
Because you were close.
So different.
Did I lose the game? I lost the game, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Lost it.
Oh my god. And with
Yeah.
that,
Theo, Emma's in chat, just so you know.
Wonderful.
They
Great.
just said, Arlo, please.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Okay.
thanks to chat, I have made a quote channel and I have put that quote in there.
Lovely.
So you aren't a dragon,
Oh my
but
God,
I'm looking at
Theo.
you and you are a dragon, dude.
Wait, Emma just said, "Oh my God, you can't just go around asking
Asking
people
people what they
are."
are.
I understand.
Oh my god. All right.
Oh God.
So,
okay.
we move on to Chuz
Move on.
and Aria.
Chuz.
I'm so
Chuz.
excited.
That chose
what
Sunpass.
was Chuz's last name again?
Sunpass.
Sunpass.
I'm writing it in my thing.
As
Is that
in the
Chuz,
Florida-
like...
I love Sunpass.
Can you spell
What?
Chuz for me?
Chuz,
Yeah,
it's
please.
CHUZ.
Okay,
Oh.
Chuz.
thank you. Okay. All right. Chuz, would you like to start, or would you like me to start?
You can start.
All right. Okay.
I got a good
and she
one for
kind
you.
of, Oh, wonderful. I'm very
Yeah.
excited. And she kind of like pulls her notebook pretty close to her and she's like,
Lay it on me. I'm a genius.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it.
That's why I make *𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬, you know?
Melvin? Is that
It does sound like Melvin in another world.
You
Huh?
make what?
I make a good *IgnisEmber.
Ah, I see. Okay. Number one is my favorite food is mushrooms. Number two is I play an instrument. And number three is I'm a seamstress in training. What do you think? Chaz?
I think your favorite food is mushrooms is a lie.
You think that's the lie?
Yeah. You don't look like a mushroom kind of gal.
And what is that supposed to mean?
Well, your hair's red, so I assume you like red things.
Well, you'd be right, because my favorite food is a strawberry.
I was right! Told you!
Proceed.
Alright, ready?
He's so right.
So, so
Proceed.
Ches, kind of looks at you, and he's very much like gripping the table, like looking at you like this. And
He's just gonna slowly lean back.
as a note, he has bright blue eyes, aggressively bright blue eyes, and he's staring at you, and he says, "This one time, I murdered a homeless man. The second time, I like to eat kittens. And the third one, I have green eyes."
Shit.
Aria's just gonna scooch, like, do like the chair away from the table. Chaz, your eyes are not green.
Baby blues.
This just gave me so much elbow.
That was the best part.
Aria just starts, like, her eyes are so open at an astoundment at this dude, and literally her eyes are watering at this point. And it's just like,
He just kind of like gives you a thumbs up and kind of proclaims himself as the winner in a sense. I guess you guys both kind of won. Actually, I don't know if you won in this situation, to be honest.
I did not win. I did not win.
You did not really win
I
here.
very much lost.
So, after that fiasco, Mr. Wilson kind of takes the stage, and it's kind of been a good amount of time, and he kind of, Claude goes around kind of asking everyone at the tables if they've gone, everyone taking a deep breath, and he kind of asks that, make sure that everyone is gone and stuff, and he lets Mr. Wilson know that they're probably about ready to start moving you guys towards your dormitories, and so Mr. Wilson kind of takes the stage in front of the whiteboard, and he kind of tells you guys, he says, so just so you guys know, like, it's been great having you here. Just know that you report here in case you need anything. You report here in case of any sort of emergency, things like that. And as he starts talking to you, and he's kind of giving you this like rundown speech, a couple of the guards start to like open the doors, and they start shuffling through, and there's from what you can see out the doorway, you see quite a few guards standing out there with like their guns and their scanners and everything and their whole gear, and it seems like they're gearing up to take you guys somewhere. And so Claude kind of comes through and stands towards the back of the room, and he kind of tells you all that you're going to be starting to get separated into your houses. So he announces that you should all start to group up depending on the colors of your scarves. And so he pushes Aquafin. And so he announces, he kind of says like, Aquafin. he says, all right, everyone with a blue tie, you're gonna come with me because I am your resident house advisor for Aquafin. Let's go, Aquafin. And he kind of calls everyone over and calls the group over. And as you guys are getting up, as everyone in blue is getting up from their tables to go join him towards the door, 3 more people walk in, and they look pretty official. They walk in with all their ties. They're all dressed up in their uniforms, and they seem like they're around your age, maybe slightly a little bit older. And of course, there's one of each color. So we have TerraClaw, we have IgnisEmber, and we have CaeliWing, and they each walk in. And they go towards the back of the room. And as you get a good look at them, if we look at the IgnisEmber guide, and upon seeing him, you basically see a very feminine looking man. He's very clearly a sun elf. He's got very feminine features. He has big eyes. His eyes are like a slitted red. And his hair is long and tumbling, and it goes to about his collarbones. And it starts from like a shade of orange to darker red. I have a reference for you guys. I will send it in the reference.
Hey,
Wait, that's me.
Give me 1 second.
damn, that is one fiery hot. Damn.
Oh, you can see him on the stream, I assume.
Well,
Hold on, let me send another one.
it's on the stream.
Okay. Well, I will send it anyway so you have it.
Ow!
So, he's very decked out. He's very he's very tall, and he kind of towers over quite a few people. He's probably about like 6 foot, and he's got, of course, the big pointed ears, being a sun elf, and he's got very like kind of an orangey tint to his skin, but it's mixed with like this pale complexion. So he's very much like a soft peach almost, and then he has kind of like sun-kissed blush on his cheeks. And he kind of goes and he stands towards the back, and he just kind of says, all of the IgnisEmber, please join me here by the wall. And he calls over everyone with the IgnisEmber, the orange ties. And then out of the other 2 that walk in, 2 of them they're both female. The first, she has her gray tie, and she walks in kind of very soft, like the vibes of, if you ever seen the White Queen from Alice in Wonderland, very much like the little flowy fingers, and she kind of walks in very slowly, and she has long tumbling gray lavender hair that's slicked back on the top and tied into a ponytail, and 2 pieces that lay right in front of her ears that hang down to about mid collarbone. Her eyes are a bright gray, and her lips are painted in a light gray color. Her skin is like lavender.
Hello, Layla.
Wait.
Her skin is like a lavender gray. That's okay.
Oh my god.
And for those of you who are familiar with drows, that is basically what she is, or what you assume her to be. She's got very pointed ears. She's wearing little pink earrings. And her name is Venus Eventide, which you guys will learn, obviously, but to throw that out for you.
Oh, there she is.
And the IgnisEmber is Darian Hazelmere. And
Hey yo!
hey yo!
We rolling boys.
The second woman.
Why do you have to
Oh, yes.
draw them so well?
Oh, thank
I
you.
know, you're so good.
Thank you.
I'm in love.
Thank you.
Several times over.
The second woman that walks in, she is very clearly from TerraClaw. She has on her green scarf and her green little necktie. She's wearing a scarf on top of it. It's like a little spiraling kind of, just like a striped green scarf that kind of hangs a little bit. And she has this long hair that's tied up in a very high ponytail. And the high ponytail is tied up with like this little flower kind of crown scrunchie. And she's got long green ears, and her hair is like a dark kind of Her hair is kind of like a dark foresty green. She's got matching like little bean brows and bright pink eyes. Bean brow. And her lips are painted in a similar green to her hair. And she kind of walks in very, very gracefully. She's kind of a little bit like shy, but she stands with very strong shoulders, a little bit like very sturdy, and she's got lots of little freckles. Hey yo.
Hey yo.
And the two of them basically, they all of the three that just walked in, including Claude as well, they all summon you guys basically to them in groups and split you up into your house groups. And from there, Claude leads you out of this room. Claude goes first. He takes Aquafin first. And you start walking. Let's go Aquafin. Theo and Jazz, or Arlow and Aria, you both... Ooh, there you go. I went to the wrong screen. You both start walking in this group with a lot of other creatures. There's a wide range of creatures. It doesn't seem like there's any sort of look to what the Aquafin, the vibe is. I mean, even Arlow and Aria are completely different. And as you're walking through, you kind of are glancing around at everyone, and Claude's walking with you. And your walk is a reasonable distance. You have to walk from your main building all the way to the Aquafin dormitory, and in order to get there, you have to walk across the middle field where you see the statue of Vlad Ravenwood. Some of you may know the story of his folklore, some of you may not. Essentially, he was basically like this big hero in Ostradel in the past, and he did a lot of good, and he did a lot of like...
across the Redlands.
Yes. Oh, Vay has been studying. He traveled across the Redlands, which is a very dangerous desert in Ostradel, and he was able to get through to get medicine and goods for people in the capital. And he was able to feed and help a lot of sick people. And so he was seen as this kind of heroic figure. No one knows what happened to him. He kind of dropped off the face of the earth, but they still tell him as sort of like this bedtime story before their kids go to sleep, as someone to live up to and someone to look up to. And you walk across the scenic middle field, and it's a wide sphere of grass. And it seems like it's just kind of a place that people might come to hang out, or you might want to just go and sit, have a picnic, things like that. It's just a very wide stretch of grass. You can see a couple of other people just kind of hanging out. Like there's some people just like kind of sitting together. Some of the groups that came before you guys were brought here, having a little bit of that free range to walk around before curfew. And from there, Claude is kind of pointing out things to you. He's like, oh, this is the Ravenwood statue, and this is this kind of place that we come to hang out, and like this is I like to come here and read sometimes when the weather's nice. And he's kind of just barreling on about stuff and heading towards the Aquafin dormitory. And as he passes through the field, he gets back on this little sidewalk path, and straight ahead you can see the Aquafin dormitory. And it looks very much like the first building you were in. It's very that like castle-like vibe. It's very elegant. It's like the architect is really intricate. And instead, though, this time you see the giant crest of Aquafin hanging on a flag above the doorway, the main doorway to the dormitory. The Pledge of Allegiance. And so as you're walking past, you also see, just before the doors to the dormitory, you see a small building to the side. It's very tiny. It almost looks like a little tent, almost. It's a very small building. It doesn't have the same architecture as all the other big buildings do. It's very, like, basic, very boring. As you walk past it, Claude kind of says, like, this is the campus corner store. So, if you have credits, you can come here and you can get like food sometimes if you want. You can get some treats. You can get sometimes they have little trinkets if it's kind of like the vibe. They also sometimes have some like things with the Aquafin logo on it, things you might want, maybe a mug or something. I got myself a mug. And he's kind of rambling on a little bit. and pointing out that this is an option for you guys if you're staying on campus. So basically, if you get hungry in the middle of the day and you're like, I'm really craving a little treat, you can walk across. Where is my treat? You can walk just a little bit farther. It's so close to your dormitory, so it's very accessible to you guys as an option. I can imagine there'll be a lot of people from Aquafin spending all of their credits on treats. Yes, so he kind of, as he's walking, you're about to enter the doors of the dormitory, and he kind of turns to the group, Aria and Arlow, obviously, and he says, he's like, okay, well, any questions before we go in and we figure stuff out?
I think there's quite a lot of questions that I feel I have, that I'm almost overwhelmed by how many there are. So we're allowed to go anywhere on campus?
For the most part, as long as it's within curfew.
When's curfew?
Yeah, when's curfew?
Curfew today is a little bit earlier. It's probably going to be around, I think they said 8-ish or something like that. We're getting pretty close there. But usually curfew is 10 p.m., so you're allowed to walk around until 10 p.m. at night. Yeah.
That's nice.
And you want to make sure that you don't stay out past curfew. Let me make sure you're aware of that.
What happens if you stay out past curfew?
Haven't stayed out past curfew, my guy.
Oh,
couldn't tell you.
Right.
So it's a vague threat.
Yeah.
Right. Good one.
Basically. Good one, Arlo.
Oh.
All right.
Shall we go in?
Aria just looks at Arlo and is like,
And the rest of the group, there's about maybe 25, 26 of you maybe in this group, and you all kind of are just everyone sort of nods slowly. Everyone's kind of looking around, kind of overwhelmed. People seem to be too overwhelmed to think of any questions, to think of anything to say. And Claude, of course, has given this speech so many days in a row now that he is a little bit detached from caring about whether you guys are overwhelmed or not. So he just kind of moves on, and he opens the dormitory doors for you. But as he goes up to it, you see him pull out his TCD, his little device, and you see him tap a couple buttons. And as he does so, he then holds his phone up to the door, and there's a little metal bar on the door that he holds his phone to. And you hear a shrill beeping noise, and then the doors open automatically. And he leads you guys inside. And he turns around to you. I assume that Aria and Arlo, you're kind of more towards the front of the group.
yeah.
And he kind of turns around, and he looks at you guys, and he's like, "So, do you guys know your room numbers? I can guide you to your rooms."
How would we know our room numbers?
They have not told us anything.
They didn't tell They didn't tell you that. All right, so I guess that's my job. So
All I learned today is how to play that block game.
so
You can do that.
Claude kind of turns around to you, and he goes well, in your student field guide, the one that you were supplied, it kind of has a list of the apps and the certain things that you guys can do on your phones. And on your phones, there is a RAVENWOOD Academy app. And through that, once you get on there, it's going to be all personalized to you. So it's got all your info on there and everything. And you have a profile button in that app. And in that app, it should say your room number on there, as well as have your key. And so he kind of holds up his phone, and he holds up his own, and he kind of taps a couple things, and you see him pull up his little profile, and it's got a tiny little picture of Claude, and his room number. He gets one of the bigger rooms because he's a house advisor. He doesn't have to share a room. And yeah, spicy boy. And then it says a couple other things, little things about himself, his age, things like that. And then yeah.
Does it say that he stays in the Aquafin dorm rooms, or does he stay
Yes,
somewhere
he
else?
stays in the Aquafin dormitories.
Okay.
And it has a little kind of scanny bar looking thing, barcode type thing that he points at and says that this is your key. And he basically turns around and he's like, just so you guys know, it's very pivotal to keep your TCDs charged as you know, you all were supplied a charging cable. Because if it runs out of battery, good luck getting into your room if your roommate's not home. So, yeah. So you don't want to have to deal with that. I don't know what they plan on doing with that. Maybe you can borrow a charger. I don't know. I don't think they care much. So, yeah, don't remember to charge your TCDs, folks. And so he kind of like turns to you guys, and I imagine you guys are kind of fiddling with your phones a little bit, trying to kind of get to where it was. And he kind of looks over your shoulder. He helps you get there. And he looks at you, Arlow, and he sees that your room is on the first floor. And he reads it, and I wrote down your floor number, and I want it to be specific. I don't want to just give you a random
Quit
one.
for sneaking in and out of the window, I said to myself.
I said to myself.
Only.
It's nice. We're gonna hear your inner thoughts.
Let me see if I wrote it down. I'm pretty sure I did. I want it to be the exact number because I had it.
I have trouble with my app, and I look over to Aria, and I'm like, help me.
She kind of like takes the thing, and it's like, it's gonna give you the key, and then it's gonna have that little metal thing right there, and I think you just have to push it up against it.
Oh.
Try it.
Okay.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is the door open?
Right here.
Arlo's room number is 11 or 111. So he's got 111. And Claude kind of leads you guys there. He guides you over to room 11. And he like looks at you and he indicates the door. And as Aria helps you to get your thing working, you put it up to the door, and the door makes a little beep beep beep. And as it does, it opens.
Oh.
And we will come back to you.
Okay.
Aria.
Wow.
Arlow disappears into his room. The door closed behind him. And
Bye.
Aria, Claude looks over your shoulder and tries to see what room number you have. And he looks over and he says, "Oh, you're on the very top floor. You're on 413."
I'm on the
There's
floor.
13 floors?
413. 4. 4 floors. 4 floors. Floor 13.
Skyscraper?
No. Floor 4, room 13.
That makes more
Is there any way I can possibly not be on the top floor? I'm really scared of heights.
Really? You see,
Yes.
they assigned these rooms specific to you. So like that, I mean, I don't know why they would do that otherwise. But you're gonna have to take that up with the assistant to the dormitories because
That doesn't sound like a real person, but alright, fine, whatever.
yeah, she's interesting, but she'll help you if you really need
She's
it.
a real person.
Oh yeah, she's a real
Great.
person. Oh yeah.
Alright, do you have a name?
Yes, yeah, I have a name. Let me get it for you. And he like pulls out his little thing. He looks it up, and it is listed in your field guide too.
No, you don't, but...
Oh, never mind. That's the scheduling assistant. And
Okay,
Claude, no. Claude looks at it and says, "All right, she's the scheduling assistant. You have to take it up with Kreckbrog." And he kind of like looks around, and he's a little bit like, he's not the nicest of fellows, but if you really have a problem, just take it up with him. He usually comes through the dormitories every night to make sure everyone's doors are locked and that everyone's confined in. So him and his friend, he usually has a friend with him. His friend helps him out. Him and his friend, I'm sure they can help you. I'm sure that they can help you. You just have to take it kind of slowly with him because he's a little bit of an interesting guy.
It's fine. I'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Right. All right. And so Claude just kind of like brushes it off, and as you go up, you work your way up to the top floor. A lot of other people kind of dispel off as they go into their rooms, and they meet their roommates, and they're being tucked away into their things as you go through each of the floors. And as you get to the 4th floor, there's only about like maybe a couple other people with you, maybe 5. And you get up there, and Claude leads you to room 413, and he basically tells you to use your key. And I assume that you use your little scanny, and it beeps, and you walk inside, and the door closes behind you.
Oh dear.
And we will come back to both of you. So, all right, we'll jump over to Theron. Theron. In a difference to, oh my gosh.
Whoa!
Oh, we all moved. Who left?
No!
Was it Theo? We all moved. Oh god, I will leave it how it is before I fix it.
Oh no!
We're like in different screens on mine.
Yeah, we're in different
I'm
screens
in
on mine.
Julien.
You're Aria on
I'm in
mine.
Julien.
I'm Arlow. I'm like,
Yeah, you're Arlo.
I love
We'll
that.
wait for Theo to come back.
Hi, I'm an Arlow. I like Arlow things, like potatoes and Saturdays.
I thought you said Play-Dohs.
I feel like Theo just closed his tab or something.
Possibly.
Probably
Maybe.
accidentally, like, ended
It's
the
okay if
call.
not. It's fine.
Tell him we
Either way.
wait for you. We wait for you.
I'm
Forgive.
an Aria.
You're Aria. I might have to
I'm
move
Aria
them,
now.
move them back around depending on where he
yay, for
is.
Andromeda.
Oh,
I'm so
cute.
And James is half and half.
Theo wants to join the call. Give me 1 second to let
Oh.
him in.
You're half Julian, half Theron.
I think it might have gone back to. Oh no, I gotta switch.
Oh, it's swapped.
Gotta switch them.
Someone wants to join the call.
Oh, Theo, I can't hear you.
It like literally just
There you
turned
go.
off.
Oh, hi.
Everyone switched places on my screen.
That's all right.
Oh my God.
Let me
I'm
fix
sorry.
them really. You're good. You're good. You're good.
What happened?
It ain't no big thing.
Yeah,
Let me
you
just
can
move. Let me just move everyone really quick.
I'm back. I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
What happened, buddy?
Dude, I don't even know.
Oh.
Hey.
It is okay. Let me just move you over.
That was wild.
Move you back to your correct things. It happens. It happens. It be happening.
Good.
Let me fix Vay and Theo. Put Theo back on Arlo.
We're all switched around now.
It's all good.
How far?
I know you're playing Julian.
It's easy to fix. It's okay.
I
you?
could not pull off.
I'm just
Julian
gonna
while
end my
James can pull
stream
off
because I don't
Julian.
feel like fixing them.
That is
That's so
so valid.
Go watch little buff.
Bye, stream.
Go watch a little buff.
And
No
there's
buff.
one viewer on mine, so I'm not even upset about it.
That's valid.
Fair.
Let me move Andromeda over here. Up there we go. And then move Vay back to Theron.
Be back
Hog,
to my
and then move Jazz back to.
Thank you guys.
Of course,
you're
we
good.
love you.
Yo, you're fine. Yo, it doesn't sometimes. Google Meets isn't perfect.
It's a stinky.
It's just better for
It's all good.
face
It's all
stuff
poggy.
than Discord is.
Okay, I
That
think
makes
I think I fixed everyone. I think we're good. Alrighty. So,
sense. Go it.
I'm sorry that this is going for a while, guys. I really apologize. I hope
No,
it's
I'm having
we're
a
good.
Oh,
okay,
no,
okay.
I'm
I'm
good.
having the
All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
6
Okay,
hours, so,
Poggy.
like,
It won't be that long, but
I could go
All right.
12 and it would
I mean,
Me too.
me too.
They.
It's D&D day, boys.
So,
Dude, I miss these characters already. We haven't even finished playing them. Like, I just
I know,
wanna
right?
hang out with them.
aw.
When I sign off, I'll be like, oh, draw fan art immediately.
Please.
True.
So we switch back over to Theron, and Theron, you're joining the IgnisEmber group, and you see Darian standing there, and he's collecting everyone. Darian. And unlike Aquafin, your group of people, they all kind of have a similar vibe. Everyone almost looks a little bit like on the darker side of things, like there's everyone looks a little bit more standoffish, a little bit more withdrawn, not like not like aggressive or anything like that. They're just a little bit more like quiet, withdrawn, and some of them have that stereotypical like look to them of like they're just darker creatures like tieflings or drows or things of that sort that kind of look like they would be a little bit more on the darker side. So you kind of join the group of them, and Darian kind of nods his head at all of you. He's very quiet and a little bit withdrawn, and he kind of just says like, I'm going to lead you all to your rooms, and he says that he's going to I'm going to take you to meet your roommates, and then we will part ways. My name is Darian. You can talk to me should you need anything while you're here at the school. I shall help in the best ways possible. And he's kind of very short with you guys, and he kind of just gives you that little spiel. And then he leads you out of the room, short and sweet. He leads you out of the room, and from that main building that you're in, you have a little trek across the big field as well. And Darian, unlike Claude, does not say much about Vlad Ravenwood. He kind of just walks across the field. He kind of glances over at Vlad, and he says, like, this is our statue. It's nothing special. And then he keeps on walking. And he leads you
very much.
he leads you towards the IgnisEmber dormitory. And as you're passing the field, there is another corner store that you can see that is right next to the IgnisEmber dormitories as well. And he does kind of point towards that. He kind of says, like, should you guys need anything, whether it is pencils, pens, little things that you might need to help you succeed, you can get it here at the corner store. And he just kind of relays that to you guys, and then walks you the short distance to the IgnisEmber dormitory. It's a little bit closer to the main building that you were in, the homeroom building, than the Aquafin dormitory is. And bless you. And so you're welcome. And so he leads you over there, and there is no back entrance, so the front entrance is on kind of the opposite side of the building, and when you're cutting across the field, you see the back entrance of the building. So you do have to walk down a little path that loops around to the entrance of the building. This building also looks very much like the initial building that you guys started out in. It's got the same detailing, same intricate look, it's same castle-like structure, and across from it is a place called the supply stand. And Darian kind of says, he kind of looks at it and he says, oh, this is like the corner store except bigger. And he kind of says how they have a lot more like clothes there, and there's also just things that you may need, like extra uniforms or extra shoes or books, things of this nature. A new backpack should yours break. And like he kind of just goes along that line. He's describing what the supply stand is to you, essentially that it is the corner store except doubled in size and more to choose from. And then he gestures towards the IgnisEmber building. It is a tall building, and atop the doors, just like Aquafin, it has the crest on the flag, which is the big orange crest with the fiery flames around it. You can see the crest on the screen. Never mind. So he kind of guides you in there. He doesn't say too much to you guys, but he does automatically give you the spiel on how the keys work, rather than Claude being just over his head. And he kind of gives you like a small rundown. He tells you about how you can access these things through your phone, how you can find all your information that you might need through your Ravenwood app, and he indicates how to open the door and how to close the door. He does say that, he says, just so you are aware, there is quite a system here when it comes to punishment. And he gestures towards the phone. He says, do not get locked out after curfew. There's quite a few things that they will do, depending on how bad or how late you are in breaking curfew. And he kind of just like looks around for a moment, and he's like, there are some pretty bad ones, so I would recommend that you try to follow the rules as best you can. And then he indicates to your phone and tells you the same thing about needing to charge your TCD, otherwise you will not be allowed into your room. Theron, he turns to you, and I'm assuming basically all of you are towards the front of the line, for game's sake. And
Fair enough.
yeah, and he turns to you and he says, what is your name?
Mine is Theron.
And he like nods and he's like, okay. He says, do you know your room number? You know how to find it? And he nods, and he gets kind of close to you. You can smell him. He smells like he smells kind of like charcoal and like you know how a fireplace smells after the flames have gone out. He kind of smells like that.
So just my favorite smell.
Like campfire smell. And he
Very nice.
he's got this like long
Very
hair,
nice.
and his hair looks like silky smooth when he gets closer to you. It's very just long and like flowy and tumbling, and it's very pretty. And he points to
I'm distracted.
he points to the page, and he helps you kind of navigate it, and you see that his fingers are very long, and he's got these long kind of like pointed nails. They're shorter on the shorter side, but they're slightly pointed, and they're
Like
painted
claws?
almost like claws, but almost like more so like he's wearing fake nails, and like he chose to put those on.
King.
And it's painted from like a red to orange ombre to match his hair, and
So stylish.
Please continue.
Describe
he-
him in as much detail as you would like. I would listen to him.
he
forever.
looks at your profile, and he kind of says, "Oh, okay, you're on the very top floor." And for IgnisEmber, you have 6 floors because the building is a little bit more like narrow, a little bit like shorter wise, so it goes a little bit higher. And your room number is 609. pretty
Wait a second.
good number.
Kind of nice.
Nice.
9.
Nice.
Close enough.
6'9". Your number is 609, and he basically informs you. He says like, "Oh, we'll get to your room soon, or whatever." They're going to start on the first floor and work their way up. And after a little amount of time, you slowly work your way up the floors, and you get to the very top. And as a note, these dormitories, they are very simple. They're basically long stretches of hallways, and the wallpaper is like a muted color of your house. So your hallway is like a muted kind of darker orange, and the doors are like this like chestnut color, the same as all the doors in the other buildings as well. And there's not much on the walls throughout. There's a couple posters here and there, and they're all on like very historical human things. Like they're trying to really drill into your mind these like big human accomplishments and things like that. And he leads you to the room, same as Claude did, and you try your little key. The door beeps, and it opens for you. Do you have anything you want to say to him before you disappear into your room at all?
And I roll for attraction.
Absolutely. Get into
As you
it.
should.
I'll be shocked if it's not that great.
Smell very nice.
You smell very nice.
Come on, Vay. Put your
I-
energy
I-
into that.
Come on,
Put
Put your
Vay.
life
Come
into
on,
this.
Vay.
Come on,
Good
Vay.
vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good
Come
vibes,
on,
good
little
vibes.
boy.
You got this.
Let's go, pretty boy. Let's go, pretty boy. Let's go.
If you have to lie, you can lie.
It's
Oh
a
no.
9.
Oh, that's
it's
good.
not.
Okay, that's not bad.
That's pretty good. That's
bad. It's not
Room for
amazing.
improvement.
that's
Not
over
bad.
that's above average. So
Yeah.
so he's like you can see him as a crush. Like he's not like Claude is to Andromeda, but he's like but he's pretty
That's just the,
he's pretty
the
nice.
baseline, the reference.
Yeah.
Love.
But
Just
he's,
Claude to Andromeda.
but he's up there
I'm
as
crushing.
like you could be crushing on him. Yeah. Did you want to say anything to him before you disappear behind your door?
I guess.
Okay. All right.
You would
Uh,
do it. Why not? It's your character. Do you think he would?
You can if you want to.
I honestly don't think he would.
Valid.
Yeah, probably.
That's
I
valid.
want to. I personally
So
would love
valid.
to. He would not.
Valid. So Darian
We'll get him
kind
soon. Don't even worry.
I
One step
stand.
away.
I stand
I'll
him.
get him.
of Darian
Okay.
drops you off at your room and just kind of gives you a nod, and then continues on his way. Let me actually
Slow
roll.
burn.
Let me
Slow
before
burn.
that actually let me roll for his attraction for you.
I'll go.
I want to
Please.
know.
Please,
I
please,
want
please.
to know what love is.
Please.
Okay, so he got a 10.
Oh!
So
Let's go.
So he doesn't. He doesn't just nod his head at you. As you disappear, as you start to disappear into the room, he kind of just like gives you like a little once over, and then like stares at you as he walks away.
As he should. As he fucking should.
Checking out that dragon booty.
That's my favorite lizard.
Hate to see him leave. Love to watch him go. Hey yo. Let me write that down really quick for his attraction for you. Real quick.
Oh.
I can always look back, but still.
That's amazing. That's lovely. I appreciate it. Oh.
All right.
That gave me serotonin. That was all I needed.
All right, and we're gonna jump on over to Julien. Julien, my love.
Julian.
Julien.
Glasses go on.
Let me take a quick sip. Chat is yelling, and they said, "Am I witnessing the beginning of a romance?"
Yes.
Slow burn. I hope I am. I want to watch it.
Dave, I need to be watching this shit, please.
Bless. So,
okay. I'm so excited.
we hop on over to Julien, and Julien, you join the group of CaeliWing members, and you see that a lot of them are on the smaller side. Kind of a little bit, in a sense, stereotypical the way that IgnisEmber was, in the way that they're very kind of withdrawn. They're all kind of like doing some kind of nervous like motion habit. Some of them are like picking out their fingernails. Some of them are kind of like chewing on their nails. Some of them are just like shaking their legs, kind of looking around. They appear very kind of nervous. And then on the opposite side of that, there are some that are standing very tall and like as though they're just waiting. They're waiting for something to happen. Like they're bored, or they're ready to like get things moving. So your lovely little lady. Sorry, I'm going to her little profile page real quick. So Venus kind of steps forward, and she kind of like does this little. She moves very much like Isabella from Encanto. So she's very much just like this. Her hair almost like glides off her shoulders. She's very just like just very soft and like moves very fluidly. And she kind of like clasps her hands together, and she's like, "Hello." She's like, "So it's my job to take you all to your dormitories. I swear this is gonna be a wonderful experience. We're all gonna get to know each other, and we're going to find your homes for the next couple years or so, or however long it's gonna be." And she kind of just like flicks her head towards the door, and she kind of like gestures with her hand. She's like, "Follow me," and she starts walking out the door and down the hall. And the route that she takes to CaeliWing. Let me find my little map. CaeliWing is actually the closest out of all of the dormitories. So you walk straight out of the main building that you were in, and she takes you along the pathway, and you walk just slightly into the field to do a little turn around the corner to go towards the back of the school. And as you pass through the field, she kind of she points at the Ravenwood statue, and she's like, this is Vlad Ravenwood. I'm sure many of you have heard of him. My parents actually told me about him a lot when I was a child, and I find him very fascinating. He was a lovely person. He did so much good for people, and I think that this statue perfectly captures his liking. And she kind of starts going on about the architecture of the statue more than who Vlad Ravenwood is. She talks about how beautifully it's sculpted, and how pristine the color is, and how well it's kept. And she goes into more intricate details. And then as she guides you down another little road, you pass the same corner store that is right next to the IgnisEmber dormitory. So you are both basically neighbors, the IgnisEmber dormitory and the CaeliWing dormitory. And as you walk through, you loop around and you come to the entrance of CaeliWing, and you see the same thing, the big crest on the flag, the big gray crest, and it looks really shiny, the way that it's just gray rather than all colorful like everyone else's. It's much more muted, and the whole vibe of the building seems much more just like docile. If buildings could have like an aura, it gives off that aura. And she kind of like walks forward. She kind of says, so you need your phones to get into the buildings, and they're very helpful. They have a little scanner, and it has your key for the dormitory as well as your key for your room, and you use it. You basically just hold it up to the door and it will open. And she goes into like a lot of helpful detail rather than just the bare minimum like Claude, or the very like loose detail like Darian. And she basically lays out everything that you need to know when it comes to curfew. She tells you a little bit about how oftentimes, depending on the how late the curfew is, you might be sent to a sort of detention system. She kind of clues you in with as much info as she knows about that, but she, just like everyone else, they don't really have like an idea of what exactly the punishments are, because the school hasn't been open very long, and that's not really something they push. So she welcomes you guys inside. You walk in. Your walls along this dormitory are just like this pale muted gray, which makes it feel very, very cold, because the floor is also just this like cold white. And she basically gives you the whole spiel, as everyone else did, on how the keys work. And she kind of turns to you, Julien, and she says, would you like my help to find your key number?
Yes. Hands over.
All right. And she comes close to you, and she's kind of like, she doesn't want to touch because she's a little nervous. She doesn't want to just help herself. So she just kind of like uses her fingers to kind of gesture to where you should touch and where you should tap. And she guides you towards your where you can find your room number. And Julien, you find out that you are on floor 2, room 10. You're on 210. And she tells you the same as the others did about how we're going to let the others on the first floor go first, and then we're going to take you upstairs to your room. As you get up there, you walk up the stairs to the second floor, and after a couple of the others like kind of drift out and go into their rooms, and she helps them open their doors, they get to your room. And near the doorknob, before you can even lift your phone to scan your key, there's a tiny little sticky note in blue, a blue sticky note, that says, "Keep out," in very scratchy writing. And Venus kind of looks at it and she goes, "Oh, she's always doing this." And she like takes the sticky note back off, and she kind of just like crumbles it up a little bit and like sticks it in her pocket. And she's like, "I'm really sorry, that's not very sweet of her for the first meeting." And she looks a little nervous, and then she kind of just kind of like points towards your phone, and she's like, would you do the honors, please? And Julien, I assume you lift your phone to try and unlock the door. And the door clicks open, and the door opens for you. And we're jumping to Haley with Andromeda. I'm sorry. I know it's a lot. We'll get to your...
No, you're fine. You're totally fine.
Okay, I don't want to be giving you...
I like listening.
Because I know it's very much the
absolutely.
same spiel, but I want you to know your like house advisors a little bit, and...
No, I love this.
No, I love it.
Okay, good.
I want.
I'm also worried about Julien and roommate as well.
Oh,
he's a guy.
yeah.
Oh no.
Not the warmest welcome.
He'll be fine. That man's
Make
that
him
man
fair.
can, that man's like a cockroach.
That man can take anything. He can take anything.
Cockroach. Or
I'll
like
fuck
the
any
wing
hustle.
of it.
Yeah, because you know, like a
Fucking-
cockroach, cockroaches can survive nuclear bombs, and Julien
Well,
seems
I
like the type that can
understood
survive
the
any
rabbits.
social situation because
I
he's
just
surviving
don't know about comparison.
in a good way.
I love.
It's a compliment.
So,
They're survivors.
You're a little cockroach. Can't get rid of you. I thought we would want to.
we get to Andromeda. Andromeda, you look. Oh, I got a text. Okay, you look over to your house advisor that is standing there, and she's got most of the group with her now. Let me go to her little sheet. And basically, Athena kind of steps forward, and her name is Athena, by the way, Athena Wren. And she looks at you guys all. She looks at all of you, and she goes, "Hi." She's like, "I'm so excited to have you here. I'm literally so excited. We're going to have the best time ever, and you're going to find exactly what you need, and I swear to God, I'm going to be so helpful to you guys with whatever you might need." Fucking hat. I need the hat. And she kind of like tightens her ponytail, and she adjusts her little like flower choker that she's wearing, and she's very like erratic and a little bit like what's the word, like very like jumpy, and she kind of like indicates to the exit, and she's like, "All right, if you'll follow me, I'm gonna take you to your dormitories, and you're gonna meet your roommates, and it's such an exciting experience. I'm so excited." And so as you start walking, you also are right next to Aquafin, so you guys are neighbors. And you start walking across the campus. You also have to cross over the big field, and you're passing the statue, and unlike many of the others, Athena gives more of like her opinion on this man, and she's kind of like, "Oh, this is what's his name again? His last name's Ravenwood. That's how we got our name. I don't really know too much about him. My parents were not like all that like into bedtime stories, you know. But he's like, I heard that he's like a pretty great guy. And he did something really cool, so that's why there's a statue for him. And yes, sweetheart, with the golden hair."
I've seen this man before.
You what? He is in the brochure. He's in the field guide.
No. Like, well, he was right in front of me, and he was speaking to me.
That's not possible because he doesn't. He's not. He did the unalive. He's not alive no more.
Was I talking to a ghost?
Honey, ghosts aren't real. Anyways, let's keep walking.
Okay.
And so she leads you past the Ravenwood statue, and as you can see the TerraClaw dormitory from the field. You can see it kind of looming over, just as you can see Aquafin slightly behind it, and it is more of a different shape than Aquafin. It kind of goes in like this weird. The only way I can explain it is like the Tetris block that goes like this and then goes to the side. It's a little bit more square. And as you're passing, or as you're on your way there, you pass by an information stand, and it just says information stand on a little like roof type thing, like an awning. And Athena kind of like points at it with her hand. She does like the Disney point, and she goes, "This is the information booth. Like any questions that you guys might have, you can always come here, and we have someone that knows a little bit more than I do working there." And she kind of she gets very excited about it. Her ponytail keeps like swaying back and forth, and she's like, "They have like extra field guides should you need them, and they have all the teacher information, and like they have school maps should you guys need a map. And I definitely recommend picking up a map before you guys get started, because you know this place is a maze. Let me tell you, it took me forever. Take a map. And so she goes on that little spiel about the information stand, and then she leads you a little bit further towards the entrance of the TerraClaw building. And just before she starts to give you the spiel on the keys and things of that nature, she says, just behind the TerraClaw dormitory, there is a greenhouse, and we like the greenhouse there because we know TerraClaw's we love our nature, as you guys know. That's probably one of the reasons why you're here. And she goes on this spiel and kind of says like, we have like mostly it's like human plants and things of that nature because there weren't too many that came down here that were easy for us to just like pick up and bring here. But there are some things that have come from some of the different realms that have landed here, and they're trying their best to keep them alive in the greenhouse. So should you guys want anywhere nice and quiet to study, or if you just want to look at some pretty little like nature and some flowers, you guys can absolutely go visit there. Sorry, the fucking chat is quoting me. And so she kind of indicates that, like, in the general direction it is, and you can see, like, just slightly from where the entrance is to TerraClaw, you can see a little bit of, like, a glass dome. And you're very aware now that there is a greenhouse right there behind that dormitory. Haley's like,
let's go. Let's go.
And obviously the greenhouse is also open to everyone, so if you guys ever want to go there as well.
Hell yeah.
So she leads you inside, and she basically says like, oh, so you're gonna use your phones for this. You're gonna go onto the RAVENWOOD app, and you're gonna have 2 keys there. One's for the dormitory itself, and one is for your room. And she's listing these things to you, and she guides you inside. And as you're walking, she turns to you, Andromeda, and she says, sweetheart with the golden hair, do you need help getting your key out? Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you know your room?
No. I am scared to touch this thing.
Oh, don't be scared, sweetheart. I promise you, it is literally made so that old people can use it. And she gets
I'm not
out.
old, though.
You're not, but that's all right. That's what I'm saying. Like, old people would have more trouble with it. It's easier for us to learn being young folk and all.
Okay.
And so she comes over, and rather like very, very contrast of how Venus was, Athena is very much like in your space, like, all right, you do this, and then you do this, and she's like tapping everything, and she's not really like teaching it very well. She's just kind of like doing it for you. And she kind of like gets your little key out and whatever, and she goes to your profile, and she sees your room number, and they've put you on the ground floor as well. You're in room 104. And 104, and she's like, oh my god, you're real close. We don't even have to do much walking. You won't have to wait much at all. And so she leads you like just a couple, it's literally like 2 or 3 doors down, and she like points at your door, and she's like, you're gonna take your little phone, you're just gonna hold it right up to that, and I assume you do so very
she's gonna stop
anxiously.
before she does that,
Mhm.
and she's gonna turn to her and be like,
What's in there?
So, sweetheart, this is gonna be where you're living, and you've got your roommate, of course, in there.
Is my tree in there?
I don't think so, unless your roommate is a tree,
Oh, I hope so.
but I'm not sure. So, yeah, I mean,
I'll look later. Okay.
all right, cool. And she kind of just is like, she watches as Andromeda does the little key thingy and the key fob, and your door opens, and you walk through. And now we full circle back to Aria and Arlow. Do you guys want to take a second at all? Are you good? You guys feeling okay?
we're good.
Yeah.
We're vibing.
Okay, I really have to pee, so I'm gonna go pee.
You want to? Let's go take a second.
Yeah.
Okay, just for like
I gotta
literally
pee.
Oh,
5
I'll
minute
show you that.
5 minute mini break,
I'm
Yes.
in it.
because we're almost done.
5 minute
So-
break.
Also,
Yes.
off. Link for the test. in the
Yes,
chat.
you're right. I forgot to do that. Okay.
No, that's okay. That's all I remind you. I got you.
Chat. For those watching, I have a link that you can take for a little test for the house quiz. So those of you watching, if you want for our 5 minute break, if you want to take the little, was that the right command? I think so.
Let's see.
If you want to take the little house quiz, is it what?
IgnisEmber is the best house. So.
IgnisEmber is the best. Why?
TerraClaw.
It's there it
Yeah.
goes. It sent the link
Ches
now.
in your house. Shut the
So-
fuck up.
You have chest.
Fuck off.
Chuz in your house.
I can't control that.
I can't
Baby
control
Blues!
Nobody
Um,
can control
One bad egg. All right, the rest of us
Baby
are probably
Blues.
fine.
So I'll go onto the break screen really quick. Chat, you guys can take the quiz if you want, and you can find out what house you are, and after stream we will talk about it. Very poggy.
Yeah.
But yeah, have fun while we
do
take
it.
a
Yes.
5-minute break. I'll see you guys in a minute.
I
Bleh. Where's my intermission screen? There we go. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Sween. We have returned.
Hey.
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 All right.
Oh shit.
So, here we go.
Right.
Let me get my little notebook open for my little guide real quick. My little notebook guide. Alrighty, tidy. Lefty Lucy.
Earlier, before we were stating,
You guys, food
House.
stuffs.
Dumplings.
House?
was the best, and I'd like to say that statistically speaking, that CaeliWing is superior to the others.
TerraClaw is where it's at.
Everyone actually. I
gotta
think
say,
the-
TerraClaw is winning in the polls.
Yeah, I think the majority has gotten TerraClaw.
Let's go.
Alright.
I'm also a TerraClaw.
What?
People were like, I'm a CaeliWing.
Baby.
I took the test.
Aquafins
I
are
got
not like other
CaeliWing.
girls.
I got CaeliWing when I took it.
There's
Why?
Why?
Right.
There's so many fucking
I love
TerraClaws.
Mm-hmm. A lot of TerraClaw. There's a pretty good amount of IgnisEmber too, but I think it's TerraClaw and IgnisEmber are the main ones.
James, didn't you say that?
That's so cool.
Didn't when you did the test, did you get a different one? But then you made.
No, I got CaeliWing.
Oh, you did.
Mhm.
Okay. I was trying to remember what it was.
He
that
wasn't
somebody was
sure
saying
if he wanted
Oh,
CaeliWing for Julien.
Oh yeah. I
and
get
then
that.
we went ahead and went with it.
I feel like it fits, honestly. So
It
far.
does. It fits very well.
Mhm.
Knowing what I know, it fits very well. All right, to Tighty.
Lefty Lucy.
Wow.
All right.
Take a sippy.
Sippy times. Everyone take sippies.
Take a sip. For y'all, you
Oh my
thirsty hoes. Take a sip. James,
guess
did you
I
not bring
will.
something to sippy on?
Sippies.
James,
James.
you best be sipping.
What was that?
What? Sorry, what was that? What was
What was that?
It was just
What was it?
It was a what?
a tiny
Oh,
little
what?
Tiny little sippy? Ooh.
I thought that was a Tootsie Roll. What the heck?
I thought that was a Tootsie Roll.
Oh, Tootsie.
It's his potions.
Say that or cigar. I don't know.
See,
Chat said not D
It's
using a
no
Cheez-It
potion.
box. All right.
Okay. It'd be like that.
I love.
Are we ready, boys?
Yo.
Aye, aye, Captain.
yeah.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Don't be nervous. It'll be great. I promise.
To room 111. Make a
Mm-hmm.
wish.
All right.
6.
Angel numbers.
Oh.
We start in room 111.
Oh my fucking god.
Arlow, as you walk in, you initially look at just the dormitory in general, how everything looks, and you see one side, the side you see first, is completely empty. You have a bed. There's matching sheets to your house. So you have like a light blue sheets, light blue pillows, and just different shades of blue. The undersheet's like a darker blue. And aside from that, you have a dresser, kind of towards the back side of the wall. I'll draw this out for you guys at some point. But you have a dresser, and then you have a desk. The desk has a matching like little blue, very simple like office chair. And then you have a bedside table right next to your bed that has a little blue lamp on it. Very basic, very dormitory, like college dormitory vibes.
Sure.
And when you turn to the other side, before you turn to the other side, you see another door farther in the back.
Okay.
What that is, you're not entirely sure, but you see two doors next to each other, and they're both pressed against the back wall.
Okay.
We can assume what it might be, but that's for you to figure out if you want to. You just have to open the door. So as you turn toward the opposite side of the room,
Okay.
you see someone sitting in the office chair at a desk.
Amazing.
She currently has earphones in, and they're like very dingy old like iPod, first generation like iPod headphones. Did you get coffee?
Emma made me a drink.
I love that for you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That has a strawberry on it too.
So elegant.
Is that an actual strawberry? That's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
delicious.
Oh, get in. Oh. Oh, get into it. I was like, did you finally get your coffee? And then I just saw this elegant drink.
Very elegant.
So
Jesus.
I ate a cheese it in that amount of time, sorry. She has headphones in. Very basic, like, first generation iPod headphones, kind of like these, but the older ones than these.
Good for her.
And you can assume that obviously those weren't hers originally. She probably thrifted them with credits. And you don't know what she's playing. You can only guess what she might be listening to. But it's just kind of a silent. You hear like a dull little like, ch, but that's about it. You take a closer look at her from where you're standing at the door, and you see that she is a tabaxi. Which a tabaxi is basically a leopard woman. Let me jump to your little reference
Shut up.
really quick.
Is she the coolest ever?
Her name is Nari.
Wait.
You might be able to see it. I'll send it in the chat as well.
I see her. Oh my god, I'm frightened. In a good way.
I'm frightened. Let me send it in the chat.
Oh my god.
Literally purr emoji. Purr.
Hey, yeah, the full body too. Okay, I love it.
Hey, oh.
So you see her staring down. It seems like she's scribbling in a notebook with her headphones in, and she's kind of just sitting there. And you look at her body. She's very thin. She looks very lean, so it's very clear that she's like a very athletic kind of woman. She's got like a almost like dark eyeshadow around her eyes, like she's put it there deliberately.
Yeah.
She's got earrings in her ears, and her eyes are a bright like golden orange. And her body is just absolutely covered in little black dots everywhere. And she's sitting there in her uniform. She's not wearing her blazer. She's just in a simple little, like, her white button down and her necktie. And you can see her tail kind of protruding from out under the desk chair, and it's just, like, flicking like a cat's would. And as you walk in, her ear kind of twitches a little bit. And you see her eyes, like, dart over to you, but then she quickly goes back to her writing.
Okay.
What do you do?
Oh, I'm incredibly awkward. Just incredibly, like, I'm still standing there, and
You of course have your suitcase with you too. So just so you know, so that if you wanted to,
I'm
like,
carrying my suitcase like this. I'm holding onto it, and I like slowly go over and put it on the bed while I'm still kind of like looking over. And then I'm sure then I like become aware that I'm staring, so I go like I snap back and I start like unpacking my suitcase. And I am very aware that no one is talking right now, and I am just in a room with a complete stranger, and I am not as cool looking, or this person could tear me to shreds, and I know that, you know? And so I'm just like, that's where I'm at right now.
All right. As you're kind of looking over at her, like, kind of awkwardly, you see her for a minute, like, she kind of, like, adjusts her position and, like, kind of looks down her nose at you and, like, kind of is just watching you for a moment before she just, like, kind of readjusts in her seat and then starts looking at her nails. And they're long, sharp, like, claw-like nails.
Right.
And they're painted, like, a bright pink. It's very clear that she's maybe very passionate about her nails. They're, like, pristine. They are like shiny. They are polished. There's no dents, no crackling polish, anything at all. And she kind of just like keeps glancing at you, like she's expecting you to talk, but she's definitely not going to be the one to start the conversation.
Okay. I say, so you're a leopard. And I go, fish.
She like turns to you and she sees like you say something and she goes, "What? I did
Never
not
mind."
hear a thing." And she just kind of, you just say, "Never mind."
I'm new here.
Okay, and I'm new here. Did you say I'm new here?
I say I'm new here, and then I said something stupid, so I'm glad you didn't. Never mind.
She just kind of looks at you and she's like, "I am new here also. School just opened."
Yeah.
And she just,
Right.
she kind of goes like, "Do not touch my things." And she puts her headphone back in and then looks back down at her notebook.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to do anything in your room at all?
I want to put up pictures of my parents on the
Okay.
wall.
Okay. Do you have them in, you probably have them in your suitcase then?
Yeah.
Okay. So I assume that maybe you go to your suitcase, you kind of like put it up on your bed, maybe start unzipping it, start getting some of your stuff out, and you see the picture of Hazel and Bruce, and you look at them
Bruce?
and you kind of admire them for a moment, and then maybe you go to your desk and you just kind of set the photos there until you can get
Yeah.
something to like stick them onto the walls. Is Vay okay?
Bruce from Finding Nemo?
No, just Bruce. Because he's a fish. No.
Dory.
I didn't even put that together. My bad.
Oh my god.
Bruce
Oh.
from Jaws.
That was what Vay and I was saying back and forth to each other. We were like,
Oh
that's
my
so
God.
Finding
funny.
Nemo?
I kind of love that. I was like,
Do you want to do anything else before I jump to Aria, or do you want to say anything else
Yes.
to your roommate? Yes.
I have a mister. And
You
I
what?
just start spraying. A mister.
Oh, okay.
And I'm spraying myself.
A little
And,
spray
like,
bottle.
in the corner, trying to make sure I don't get like any of it on my roommate, and that's what I'm
Valid.
doing.
That's
it.
Oh my god, I just.
You should ask her name.
What's
you know
your name?
You know what's so funny about this? The fact that she's a cat and you usually spray cats to like. It's like.
oh no.
So she's very clearly like, as you went about all of this stuff and you went and you got out your little like spritzer, you start to like kind of like you stand in the corner of the room and you're like, and you're kind of like looking like kind of aimlessly looking around or whatever as you're doing so, and then your eyes fall back to her and you see that she's very intently watching you, and her eyes are like the way that cats are slitted, and they're like almost non-existent. They're so slitted.
Not good.
And she's just looking at you and staring at you, and her tail is just doing like that little flick at the end. And she's watching you with the water almost like you're a threat right now. Like you come anywhere near me, you're a fucking threat.
Oh.
Oh.
Sorry. This is
Okay.
inconsiderate of me. I usually do this privately, but we've been walking around all day, and I dehydrate really quickly. It's kind of disgusting. And I didn't want to have to be in here all crusty, so I'll put that away, and I will do that another time.
Your roommate kind of looks at you and she's like, "We have individual bathrooms."
Okay. Yeah. And I will use those.
And she's pointing to those doors that are along the wall behind.
Those are the bathrooms.
Yes.
That makes
Those
sense.
are your bathrooms. And you each have your own private bathroom, which is really
That's nice.
Yeah. So, she kind of just like takes a deep breath and then like goes back to her writing, and she's like scribbling very furiously in her notebook. And continues listening to her music.
That's it. That's
All
I
right.
got.
All right.
I'm leaving her alone. I don't.
For Theo's sake, her name is Nari. For Arlow, he doesn't know.
Yeah, I have no
Um,
idea.
All right, so we're gonna jump
Taking
to
another drink.
Oh my
we're gonna
God.
jump to Aria.
Amazing.
Oh lord, I'm so scared. If it's anything like Ches, whatever the fuck his
Chuz.
name was, Chuz, I'm terrified.
We jump to Aria in room 413.
413. Baby blues.
As you walk, baby blues. As you walk through the door, you see something very similar, obviously, to what Theo saw. You see your side of the room. It's completely empty. You don't see anything on the walls. You just see those same blue-colored sheets and your desk, and everything is just completely empty. And when you look over to the other side, you see very simplistic, minimalistic room. There's a very big lack of things. The bed is still very neatly made. There's nothing that looks personalized. He has the same stuff that you have on your desk, which is, I forgot to say this to Theo, sorry. You basically have your textbooks on your desk, and you have another copy of the student hand guide, and you're also supplied a backpack that is in the shade of your house. So you have a backpack hanging on your office chair. Aria, you see that your roommate's side of the room is still looking basically like yours looked. And as far as you know, he's been here for probably about a couple days. There's nothing that stands out to you that says anything about his character or who he is, except for two very big shoes at the side of his bed.
Oh
No.
Okay.
And they are slippers, and they look like very fluffy, very silky, soft slippers.
Okay.
What
color are they?
He doesn't have anything extra, no personal effects, nothing. It is just very much copy and paste what you have on your side.
What color are the slippers?
What color are the slippers?
Yeah.
They're dark blue.
Classy boy. Okay.
So he probably got them from the supply stand or one of the merchandise places on campus. And you don't see anyone anywhere. What do you do? Both bathroom doors are closed, obviously.
Okay. Aria's she's rolling her suitcase in. She kind of like closes the door behind her, and she's kind of like at the door, like back to it, and just scopes out the room, and then like kind of just like slithers along the closest wall, closer to her bed, just puts it on the floor, and just sits and tries to look around one more time and just looks at the slippers. She's just gonna go, "Hello? Is anybody in here?"
As you say this, you hear a sink turn on in the opposite bathroom and then turn off. And you hear like a big amount of movement, like someone shifting on the other side of the door, moving around. And the door very gently slides open.
Is it the sliding doors?
No. It's like it opens like that way.
I was like, please tell me those aren't
No.
no.
And the door opens up, and out walks this gigantic. Let me pull up my little sheet because I want to be able to describe. I want to be able to describe this good.
I'm so scared.
Out walks this very big male Leonin.
A what?
A Leonin. He's a lion man.
Oh, we got cats.
Oh, we're cats. Mr. Cats the musical.
He is currently not wearing a shirt.
Oh.
Okay. And so as he walks out, you see basically this very broad, big, muscular man. His chest is furry. He's all fluffy and furry. And his fur's like a little bit like ruffled, like he might have just gotten out of the shower. And his mane, he has a long spiraling mane that falls down his back and falls down his shoulders, and it's a bright orange color. And I'm gonna put the little picture up for you.
You gonna let me do the thing or what?
I'll send it to the
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Listen, we all know I like furries. Okay, I am a furry. Let's get it out. My new roomie is
Oh
Mufasa.
my god.
There's your picture.
My new roomie is Mufasa. Good for him.
Oh, he's ready. Oh, he is.
So,
Man.
so he's not wearing a shirt. He walks out. He's just this very big man, and he's got like this long tumbling orange mane, and he's got a very pale kind of color fur, and the little white like mouth and snout. And he doesn't look like your typical lion. Like he doesn't look like a really scary big like he's gonna claw you to death kind of serious kind of vibe. He looks very young, and he looks very almost like he's still a cub in a way. And he's got like very big yellow eyes and very fluffy ears. He just all around looks so fluffy, but at the same time he's very much ripped. He is a ripped man.
This is weird.
Everyone
like
in
this for male characters.
everyone in chat is there's such
Sweet mama.
simps and furries. Everyone's like, sweet mama, he's hot.
I don't think I've ever. Okay. Yeah.
And as he comes out, he kind of looks at you, and his eyes widen, and he kind of like has a moment
Aria's
where he
face is like as red as her hair right now. She is beat fucking red, just like.
It's very clear.
Right now.
It's very clear that he did not expect to see a small young woman in his room, and he kind of like looks around, and he quickly reaches into the bathroom, and he like pulls out a towel, and he's like kind of grabbing the towel to his chest, and he's like, "I am so sorry."
She just.
And he kind of like looks at her, and he's like, "I absolutely did not mean to make that my first impression. I apologize." And he's like, "I'm sorry. I'll put a shirt on, and then we can have a proper conversation." And so he quickly like just kind of like takes a couple steps backward and like closes the door. And then as he's putting on his shirt, do you do anything as he's putting on his shirt currently in the bathroom?
Kind of just like. And she kind of just like. And she kind of like haphazardly like looks around her room situation and like takes her bag and like puts it on the bed and then like sits on the bed but then gets off the bed and then sits it back on the bed and it's like and then she just stands up and she kind of just looks at the door waiting.
A couple minutes pass as you're doing that, and you hear like a little bit of shuffling, and you hear like as he's opening the door, it sounds like he struggles a little bit to open these bathroom doors because the handles are so small, and he's got these big claws, and he's trying to open like without it going against the like wood, so it's a little bit like a
when she
scratching
hears
noise.
The door start jingling, she like turns around and like quickly unzips her suitcase and like opens it to kind of like
starts doing stuff.
Doing things.
Like
ooh, shit, okay.
He walks out, and he's now clothed in his shirt. He's not wearing a tie. He doesn't have his necktie on. He just has his button down on, and he has, of course, his like little blue trousers on, and he walks out, and he's like, again, I'm so sorry, and
you're totally fine. That was completely not a problem. I assure you. You didn't know, and I obviously didn't know, so it's fine. Like,
he kind of just like nods at you, and he's like, I'm 𝐿, and he extends his hand to you.
She kind of just like turns like does the like.
Yes,
Oh.
𝐿.
Wonderful. And she kind of like puts the stuff that she was like not folding but trying to fold back on the bench. She's like, Aria, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And he kind of shakes her hand, and it's very like firm grip, but it's very clear he's trying to be careful, but it's like
Your hair is very soft. I'm very sorry if that's a weird statement, but you have very soft hands.
that's a wonderful compliment. I moisturize.
Oh, well, that's a great thing to hear. It's lovely to meet you. You seem very sweet. Did you just get in as well, or have you?
He kind of like glances around the room. He's like, no, I've been here a couple days.
Oh, have you just been getting acquainted with the space, or?
Oh, no, I just don't own anything.
Oh. I mean, that's great. I also don't own much. So no worries there. Well, it was lovely to meet you, Ku. Is there anything you want me to know about being your roommate, comfortability-wise?
No, I'm pretty much okay with anything.
Anything. Okay. I'm gonna have her roll for attraction real quick. just gonna roll real quick. Just a real quick little roll. Okay.
So you took I'm okay with
respect that
anything
so
as like, I need to roll for attraction.
The 12, which is right.
I love that for you. I love that for you. Oh dear. Love that. Okay.
I mean,
Just keep looking at Haley's faces.
I want to roll is just because he just seems like not an intimidating man.
Valid.
Which she's good. And she's gonna just kind of, I just wanted to let you know, I've never been in another space, in a space with someone else. So if I'm a little bit weird, I'm very, I apologize in advance.
He kind of just looks at you and he's like, "Oh, neither have I. At least not that I remember. So you needn't worry."
Do you mind if I ask you what that means?
Oh, I don't remember anything apart from waking up here on Earth. I conked my head a little bit.
And she kind of like looks at his head and she's like, "Is your head alright?"
My head's fine. I was in the infirmary for a little while in one of the sectors, but I woke up not knowing anything except that my name started with a K, O, and a U. So, Ku.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That's wonderful. Well, you seem like a wonderful person. I look forward to getting to know you better. I don't know if you're right, but when I'm a little protective over my sleep ritual and me going to bed. So if I'm about to go to bed, just leave me be, if that's all right with you.
Ku just like nods and he says, he's like, "Oh, don't even worry about that. I sleep like a bear, or I suppose in this case a lion."
That's very clever. Yes, well that's wonderful then. That was my only ask. Have you been adjusting well though to Ravenwood? It's an interesting place.
Honestly, I am happy as long as I can read a good book. So I'm not too annoyed with the situation. I'm just kind of going along with things since I don't really remember what's bad and what's good anyways.
Oh, sweet Ku. Oh, right. We'll talk about that later. I think curfew is coming up, so I should probably get situated.
And he kind of nods and he like glances at you and he's just like, on the subject of sleep, I do prefer to sleep without a shirt. Was it too jarring for you initially, or is that all right for the future?
She just... There's no issues with that. Not a single issue.
He just like nods and he smiles, and when he smiles it's like a big lion smile, so you see like all of his teeth.
Beautiful teeth! Wow!
Thank you, I brush them.
That's great to hear. Cleanliness is important.
Oh, that's what I always say. Hygiene is the core to your society, or something like that. I read it in a book somewhere.
Right. Aria's just gonna kind of open up her suitcase, and take out a big old trench coat, and just gonna put it out on the bed, takes off her blazer, and just kind of shucks it and puts on the trench coat and grabs her little toothbrush. That's what I'm assuming the only thing she has. And she's just gonna point to the bathroom and waddle off of there.
As you were putting your things away, or taking your things out more so, 𝐸 has gone over to his desk, and as you retreat to the bathroom, you see him sitting at his desk with a small book, and you see his little claws kind of grabbing the page very, very delicately so he doesn't rip it, and turning it over to read the next page.
She's just gonna kind of, because I also forgot to say, Aria has claws.
Yeah,
just
like,
not very. Yeah, her nails
very
are pretty
long, pokey ones in the face, like everyone has claws.
Pokies. Pokies. And she's just gonna kind of, while she's closing the door, she's gonna kind of open it a little and like push her head out, and she's just gonna be like, if you grab with the pads, sometimes it's easier than the nails.
And he kind of like looks at her and he's like, oh, thank you. Sometimes I don't know my own strength though, and I just rip the pages out.
I'm sure you do. And she's just gonna kind of close the door behind her.
Okay. And from there, that is 𝐸.
Himbo King.
Himbo King, literally.
Wow. What a king. King of the jungle.
Oh my goodness. So,
Listen.
So good. What an upset.
Listen, if the only reason why I'm handling this well
handsome
is because
gentleman.
𝐸 is a man. If Boff made 𝐸 a woman, I would be dead. There would be no existence. Aria I would have to re-roll for Aria, okay?
all right.
Okay.
We are gonna move on to Theron.
It's time.
It is time.
The moment I've been waiting
It's
for.
time. Making Christmas.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Alrighty.
That was
So,
a beautiful moment.
Yes.
Theron, as you walk
Ow.
through the door to your room, you see, of course, the same kind of setup that Arlow and Aria saw, except that your sheets are in shades of orange. Like fiery orange, the nice kind of orange, not the like poopy kind of stinky kind of color of orange. They're very much like that nice like corally kind of darker orange. And
like earth orange maybe, or like
yeah,
sunset
in a sense,
orange.
like sunset orange type pillows and like burnt orange sheets.
I can accept that.
And as you walk in, you see all the things. You see your textbooks on the table. You see, or on the desk. You see the little hand guide that they've given you. And upon further exploration, give me 1 second to find my little notebook. You glance over at the roommate's side of the room.
Wait. Which side is that? Which side do I have? It's very important to me.
You have, I guess if you're looking head on,
That is a good question.
if you're looking head on, you are on the left side.
Yes.
Um,
That was the right one.
Okay.
Correct one.
When you glance over to your roommate's side, you see books. And I mean books. There are so many books. There are books piled up on her bedside table. There are books piled up on her desk. There are books sprawled out on her bed. There are also notebooks. And they look like little small black spiral notebooks that are kind of strewn about everywhere. There's like one with every few books. There's a couple pens and pencils kind of like just sprawled out on her desk, like she was clearly looking through all of them to use. And it's just all around kind of looks like just a little bit of a chaotic book library type situation. She has got
Like
so
a
many
library
books.
exploded.
Yes. Like a library exploded, thank you. She's got them like on the top of her desk. The desk has like one of those little like shelves at the very top, and they're like lined along there. She's got just books on everything. And they're like words that you don't even recognize because they're in human language. So there's just so much. There's so much that just look like weird, odd, crazy, intricate titles and designs on the covers and all of that. And as you turn to look at the desk, you see her sitting there. And let me go to my little thing. She's sitting at her desk, and she has large round glasses that are golden and sitting on her nose. She's hunched over a book. You're not sure what kind of book, but it looks like there's kind of just like sporadic little paragraphs and stanzas. And she glances over at you, and you see that she is a tiefling. Let me send you a picture of her really quick. I'm going to send it to the reference folder on... She has bright red skin, kind of like shades of red that tint her ears, and she's got like little dark red freckles along her nose. And her eyes are like a bright golden, like almost like orangey golden color. And she's got 2 horns that are coming out of her head, and they're not like typical tiefling horns. They're very much just like kind of more devilish. They just kind of poke straight up, and they kind of curve a little at the top. And it seems like she's kind of tried to make herself look a little bit like unique by putting like little earrings the other way around, by wrapping them like around her horns rather than like clipping any sort of earrings into her ears or anything like that. She's basically just put little rings on her horns. Her hair is like an odd shade of off-white pink. It's very much like just like kind of a muddy pink color. And they curve in along her cheekbones. She has bangs that curve in along her cheekbones and wrap around her ears. And she has a small little braid that's folded into the short bobbed length of her hair. She's sitting in her little IgnisEmber skirt and her white button down, and the buttons are slightly opened, and she's gotten rid of her tie. And
I'm looking respectfully. I promise.
I'm looking respectfully.
A single thing.
And she's sitting there, and sorry, I have everything written down in all different places. She kind of turns, and she sees you come in, and as she sees like all of you, her eyes just like widen, and she takes a moment to just be like, to stare at you, kind of like open mouthed, like, oh my god. And then she immediately kind of rights herself. She like shakes her head, and she smiles really wide at you, and she kind of springs out of her chair, and she like stands and like walks up a little bit closer to you as you come in, and takes note of how you're like pulling your case in and everything. And she kind of like looks around, and she's like, hello, my name is Arthros. And she holds out her hand to you, and she's got like just, her nails are very short and they're just painted black, and she just kind of like extends her hand, and she's just smiling really wide to you.
Stop making me fall in love with red-coded characters. Please.
Oh, whoa.
So sorry.
Oh.
Theron, he really went into this room going to be like, I'll give a nod, I'll go to my side, I won't talk, like, it'll be fine.
Oh.
Such a ray of sunshine. That this is difficult for him to do. Okay. He's polite. He says, I'm Theron. Nice to meet you. I guess we'll be roommates.
She kind of looks at him, and she's like, yes, I'm so excited for it. I'm such a big reader, so I'm really sorry if any of my books ever travel to your side for any reason. You can totally yell at me for it. I will put them all on my side, always, if they wander a little bit, I promise. But do you like to read? Are you a reader too?
It's actually quite interesting. Earlier today, I was asked what quality I would like to have in a friend, and I answered that by saying someone who is knowledgeable. You seem fairly knowledgeable. I like that you have a lot of books.
Arthur's like nods her head, and she's like, oh yes, I love literature. I love poetry, and words that rhyme are so fun, and it's just such a good time. I love to read it and think about it. Thinking about words is one of my favorite things to do. I like to take them apart and really think about their meaning, and I think that is just one of the best things you can do in life, because everyone should always ask questions about everyone's meanings, and it's so awful when people talk and then they get misconstrued and they don't know exactly what they want, and it's like communication is so vital, and I think it's really great that you seem to like communication too by telling me this, and yes. Oh, also,
this whole time.
you can. He's just staring. And I go by Art. I like to go by Art. My full name is Arthros. But I like to go by Art. So if you'd like to use a nickname for me, that would be wonderful. Do you have a nickname?
Is completely charmed by us. This is a person he's not gonna have to talk a lot to. She will do the talking. He's fun every once in a while. He's great. Might be a little chatty at times. But he responds, he's like, I don't have a nickname, but you're welcome to give me one. Yes. And I will call you Art. That's a lovely nickname.
Arthros like nods and she smiles, and she kind of says like, what's your full name? I would love to give you a nickname. I love giving nicknames. It's so fun. It's so nice to just change words up and change names up and then give shortened versions of words. It's amazing.
I mean, my full name is Theron Rasbor, so if you want to do something.
Theron Rasbor. I will think of something. And I will give you a nickname.
No pressure.
No, lots of pressure. I want this to be perfect. I will do it for you. Nicknames are the best. I especially like mine because...
Razzie?
Razzie, no! Razzie.
I thought about raspberry, which is really
Oh,
that is cute.
and she kind of gushes a little bit. She's like, I love being called Art because I love art, and I think that poetry is an art. And
I say that out loud.
I know. And
Okay.
she's just like going on in the spiral, and
Insane.
she kind of she says she takes it on like it's like a very important mission to her. She is going to find you a nickname. She's going to do it, and she just kind of says like, it was lovely to meet you. I promise I will be a great roommate. Most of the time I sit reading poetry, and sometimes I read it out loud. I hope that won't bother you too much, but it's just very beautiful, and I think that poetry deserves to be read out loud. So as long as you're okay with listening every once in a while. Otherwise I will go in the bathroom and I will turn the shower on and I'll read it in there or something.
I wouldn't dream of it. Read as much as you would like.
And she kind of like nods and like kind of, you can see, even though she has red skin, you can kind of see that it like goes an even darker shade of red. And she like blushes a little bit, and she just kind of like pulls on like the earring in her ear, and she's just like, right, well, I will let you get settled in. I don't want to be too much of a bother. And I'm going to get back to my reading, and should you need anything, just let me know. I will be here literally just like a couple feet away in the seat right there. So, yes. And she just kind of like fiddles with her hands and then like moves back to her seat and sits back down with her books. Do you want to do anything before I jump on?
Okay, so she's off with her little books. That's
Mhm.
great. I'm going to unpack maybe a few books that I have of my own. I
Okay.
probably have like maybe 2
Okay.
that I managed to pack somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just gonna unpack and settle it for the night.
Okay. And then, with Arthros, we move on to Julien Archambault. Mr. Julien puts his glasses on.
Oh,
I'm so excited.
so happy.
Everyone's been
Oh.
very like high energy, and then there's Theo's roommate that's like,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's great.
Theo,
I like that.
You just gotta
Anyone-
win her over.
All the dynamics
Exactly.
are
I want
so
everyone.
fun.
I'll win everyone over.
Anyone
with mine.
can come around. Anyone can come around, let me tell you.
I love it.
Especially for
I
Theo.
love
You got
a
this.
friend slow burn. That's even better.
You just gotta, yes, it's literally gonna be
So right.
enemies to friends.
Oh.
And
Lovers?
if you
Question mark?
talk about specific things that she likes, she will definitely like you more. So
Arlo is a gay man.
exactly, it works. It'll work
He's a gay
perfect.
No.
It'll work
He
perfect.
is the gay man. He is the gay man.
Gay man. Just straight up.
That's fair.
So, Julian, we jump to you with the very odd sticky note that was on your door that Venus removed for you. And as you walk in, you see, of course, the same sort of stuff that everyone else has seen. You see the textbooks on your desk, you see the handbook, you see your bed sheets, which are shades of gray, like CaeliWing. And as you walk in a little bit further, you turn to look at your roommate's side. And there are an interesting array of things. Her lamp, beside her lamp, is an array of trinkets. There's like little necklaces, little rings, things of that sort. On the bed is a, well, not on the bed per se, we'll get to that. Beside the bed is a like bunch of books that are stacked to look like steps to get onto the bed. On top of the bed, there is a couple books. One of them is turned kind of like a tent type way, with the pages sprawled just kind of like that, like to make an upside down V shape. And you can see that they're kind of piled in a weird shape that almost makes it look like whoever your roommate was playing some sort of like Tetris with the books to make some sort of like little like house type configuration. And as you look at the desk, you see that there are more books stacked in a staircase type manner to get up onto the desk. What do you do when you walk in? You don't see anyone yet, sorry.
Shout out into the room. Okay. Just gonna shout out into the room. Hello, I saw your keep out sign, but I decided to come in anyways, not as a sign of protest against your warning, but because of necessity for housing.
You also see the same blue sticky notes sprawled out on the desk as well. And the pens are all over the place, and kind of like one of the pens is missing a cap, and it's just kind of chaotic. And as you say this, you hear a little voice from under the books, and it's just, oh god damn it. And as you hear this, you see a small little mouse crawl out from under the books. And let me jump to the reference real quick for James. Let me send it in the chat really quick. Here is your reference in the reference folder. So, as you walk in, and as she kind of crawls out from under, and she's kind of like pulling herself along the sheets, and she's like this very soft color of brown. She almost just looks like an oatmeal shade of brown almost. And she's just wearing the little white button down. She doesn't have any pants on because I don't know, it's not really a mouse thing. And she's got a tiny little blue earring in her ear.
Wear pants.
Mice don't wear pants.
You heard it here. You heard
If
it
we
here.
like any Disney movie, no
Illegal.
mice have wore pants
Canon.
ever.
Exactly.
Mickey Mouse
Only
wears
Winnie the
pants.
Pooh.
Yeah,
That's a very good
but he's
point.
humanoid.
Does he?
You're right.
He walks on two legs.
Like I was talking about, like Cinderella type
No,
mice.
sure.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Cinderella. Yeah.
Donald
So
Duck doesn't wear
Or
pants.
rescuers down under.
true.
Rescuers down
Oh,
under.
yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Remy
that kind
the
of vibe.
rat.
Media has told the society has told us
No,
mice
no,
don't get pants.
Exactly.
Man.
So
She's not a mouse.
she has a very long pink tail, and she has a little blue earring in her ear, and her eyes are these like huge, very just, I mean, the only word you can think of to say is cute. She just has really big, cute eyes, and they're very dark, so it just looks like little button eyes. And she's got a pink little nose, and she's wearing her little CaeliWing scarf, And she crawls out from under the books, and she just kind of looks you up and down, and she's kind of like, "You're tall." And she's kind of staring at you, and she says, "Did Venus remove my freaking sign again?" And she's like glaring at you.
Yes. Also,
I put that there for a reason. Do you know how hard it was to get up there?
I can imagine.
Julian's
I
like,
put it back.
"It's fine, I'll just make another one." And as she says this, she kind of like jumps, and she's very quick. She jumps from like the bed, and she jumps from the bed to the chair, and she's kind of gripping on to the back of the chair, and kind of scrambling a little bit. And as she's scrambling, do you do anything?
I'm just gonna stand there and watch.
Okay. She'll appreciate that. So she kind of scrambles up, and she finally gets 1 foot over, and it takes her far longer than she would like to admit. But she climbs on over, and she just like plummets down into the office chair, and she's sitting, and she's trying to she wants to turn the chair to face you so she can have that dramatic moment of like, you know, just the slow like, but she can't because
Mr.
she's too
Big?
small. Yeah, Mr. Big, basically. She's too small, so she kind of has to crawl towards like the little end of the chair, and she's just kind of looking at you. And she says, "What's your name then?"
Oh, my name is Julien Acrochambo, at your service. And sort of leans down further than he needs to, because, and I just
She kind of says,
a finger.
a finger. She kind of says, she's kind of like, "Look, my guy, that's a big name for a tiny woman, okay?" And then she kind of like smooths a hand through her hair, and she's like, "You don't got to get down to my level." And she jumps from the chair to the desk, and then climbs up a little further up onto the shelves until she's actually eye level with you. And she hands out her little like mouse hand, and takes your finger and shakes your finger hello. And she kind of scrolls back a little bit, and she's like, "Look, dude, I don't care who you are. Just don't get in my way, okay? I've got things going on here. I've got big plans." And she's giving you just like this very serious, like this little thing means business, basically. Slow nod. Okay. And she just kind of says, "Okay, glad we understand each other." And then you see her crawl down the desk, and she goes up to one of her textbooks, and she grabs the cover of her textbook, and she kind of like pushes it with all her body weight until it falls down. And you see in this big mathematics textbook, she has cut a gigantic square in the middle of it. And in that square, she has like a couple little things. She has like a little, the things that you stick sewing needles into. I don't remember what they're called, but little cushions. She has like 2 of those in there. And she has somehow devised this little, she's like taped a little piece of string to the backside of her book cover. And so she reaches for it, looks at you, and then pulls it shut, and she disappears into the textbook. She's like,
What a lady.
Pleasure meeting you. I'm just gonna go off to unpack.
okay. All right. Is there anything you want to do before I jump to Andromeda?
All good.
All right. That was Silky. She did not introduce herself because clearly she means business. But all right. And then we jump to Andro. Hello, Andromeda. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. So, as you walk in, you see very similar arrangement to what the others have been seeing. And basically, it is you've got like the green shades of your bed, of your cot, and you've got all your textbooks on your desk, so on and so forth. And as you turn to look at your roommate's little array of things, you see lots of little creatures. You see little creatures made out of wood that are all lining like the desk and the bedside table. And there's a couple that are half done in the bed that are just like kind of sitting on the covers. Some of them are creatures you might recognize from Ostradel. They're like very odd, like some of the swamp creatures, some desert creatures. There's just a wide range of little things. And some of them look to appear plastic. Aside from these wooded ones, there seems to be some little plastic ones. And these plastic figurines are animals you do not recognize. Very clearly earth animals. There's a tiger, there's a horse, which horse you probably recognize. There's a lot of just like weird, very intricate, very much like those little figurines that you can find in like Hobby Lobby or Michael's, that they just have random ass little kids figurines, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, good shit. So basically those are sprawled out kind of along the shelving and along the desk and things of that nature. And then there are the little wooden ones that appear hand whittled. And you kind of, you take all of that in, you see like a little carving tool that's sitting on the bed next to like, it looks like it's maybe a half carved horse. And you kind of look around a little bit more and you don't see anyone. And you see that the bathroom door on your roommate's side is open, but there is no one inside as you walk in. What do you do?
She's gonna like walk in very cautiously and like close the door behind her. She has her little bag with her. Mm-hmm. She's kind of like clutching it close. She's just gonna continue just walking in. She's like looking over at their side. She's like, okay, and she just continues walking in.
All right, and as you do this, and I assume you kind of go through like your suitcase, maybe put it up on your bed.
She kind of like sets it down. She takes out her little locked notebook and she's gonna put it underneath her pillow. Just kind of like looks around, just kind of surveying.
All right, and as you're doing this, a couple minutes pass, and after a couple minutes pass, you hear a shrill beep, like the one you recognize when you unlock the door. And the door slowly moves open, and an orc walks through with very big teeth. Let me jump to your little picture, and let me send you a reference.
No way! I need to see them.
I sent him to you in the reference folder.
Oh god, it's loading for me still.
It's okay.
Oh no.
He's on the stream.
And as he walks through, you kind of take him in all of his glory. He's got on his white button down. He's got his green necktie on, and he's wearing one of the scarves that you guys were given. And it's very bundled up a lot. Like he really likes the scarf. And you see his ears are kind of like this leaf type looking design. It's kind of like a little choppy, and he's got these thick black eyebrows and these big teeth on his face, and his eyes are bright yellow, and the whites of his eyes, what would normally be the whites of his eyes, are black. And so he's just got these bright ass golden eyes, and his hair is combed back into like a little man bun. And as he kind of like moves his head a little bit, you can tell that like he must have a little bit of like an undercut underneath this like big little mount of hair on his head. And he's got like a little earring in his ear. And he walks in, and he's very big. His physique is quite large, but not as the stereotypical orc would look. He's a little bit more slender than the stereotypical orc, but he still has quite a bit of muscle on him. And he walks in, he's got his little green pants on, and he's got his backpack in hand, his little green backpack, and he walks in, and is Vay okay? Vay just vanished.
Oh, their
Camera
camera
died.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Glad they're okay. And oh, I didn't send it to references. I'm so sorry. I sent it to.
It was I don't think it.
Where did
Yeah,
I
they
send
haven't.
it?
Silky didn't get there either.
What? I sent them all. That is so weird.
What?
Okay, let me send them in there again real quick. Here's Silky.
Ah!
There we go.
Hello.
And
There
here
she
is
is.
the
Hi.
other. Hello, welcome back. And so.
There's the boy.
Sorry, my camera.
Oh, you're good. You're good. He also has like little. They're almost like scales on the side of his chin and his neck. They look very much like alligator scales almost. And there's just a couple of them like sporadically like out on his face, and then he has like little dark freckles along his nose. And as he walks in, he kind of lifts his eyes and he sees you, and he has this like wide smile, and his teeth are gigantic, so it's as good of a smile as he can get. And he reaches his hand out to you and he says, "Hello, I'm Mud."
I just want to say the moment that she turned around and he opened the door and started walking in, she yells and says, and she yells back. Probably hits her bedside table as she jumps back.
Oh, he doesn't really take any note of it. He's just kind of like, "Hello, I'm Mud. Are you right? Can I help you? You know, did you hurt yourself?"
What are you?
What am I? That's a pretty philosophical question. I mean, I'm probably an orc. That's what I've always known myself to be.
An orc?
An orc. What are you?
I'm a dryad.
Oh, nice hair. Like a plant lady. Yeah?
Tree.
Tree lady. Even better. What's your name then?
And
Andromeda. Cool. It's nice to meet you.
Are you going to eat me?
No, I'm a vegetarian.
Oh, thank God.
But I guess that would kind of apply to you because you're a tree. But
She's going towards the window. She's like,
he's like, only, you know, actual food, not people. I don't eat people. That's my dad. I'm just kidding. He doesn't eat people either. I'm a jokester. You'll get used to it. And so, and Hamana, how are you enjoying your experience here so far?
It's Andromeda, actually.
Andromeda, gotcha.
Yes, my name is Andromeda 𝙍𝙘𝙫𝙬𝙤𝙬𝙬𝙬. Very nice to meet you.
You got a nickname maybe with all that?
You can call me Andro.
Andro. Nice to meet you, Andro. I like that one. Andro cry. Could I do Andro cry? Andro cries a lot. Do you cry a lot?
I can't remember the last time I cried.
I don't cry. I'm
You can see a tear
man.
slip down her cheek. I guess right now.
He kind of just is like, was it something I said?
No, I'm quite new here. Very new here. In general, I'm used to dryads.
I'm new here
Just-
too. I grew up in this really traditional family of orcs, you know. Yeah, so this is like, it's a bit weird for me too, but it, you know, I'm open to everything. I'm a very open-minded individual.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose I am too. I mean, I grew up very traditional as well. Very just dryads, you know, just
Right.
us. Never seen an orc before. I'm sorry. That was
It's all right. I know that I'm quite sexy.
Oh,
He kind of smooths a hand through his hair
I've never
and adjusts his man
met a
bun.
sexy person before. Is that
Is that like magic?
I mean, I'd consider you sexy too.
Oh! I didn't know I was sexy.
Everyone's
Well-
sexy. We're all beautiful in our own ways. And
Oh.
I believe in self-positivity, you know? Self-love,
Yes.
self-worth, that's where it's
Yes.
at.
I love
I
it.
am sexy.
You are sexy, as you should.
You
Say
are
to yourself
sexy.
every night, you are sexy. And
You are sexy.
Androcry,
Yes.
you are sexy, Androcry.
Mud, you're sexy.
Yes, Mud is always sexy.
So your name is Mud?
Yes, Mud, like mud.
I love mud.
I'm so glad you love Mud.
It's
I
like
love,
dirt, but wet.
I love crying. I think it's a great way to expel emotion.
Well, I'm always sad when I cry.
Except, I don't cry much.
You don't?
No.
Well, me neither then. Except I do it a lot. So that was a. Oh, this is my second lie I've ever told. I do cry a lot.
Oh, lying is fine, as long as you tell the truth shortly after.
Really?
Yes.
Well, tell me a lie. Tell me a lie.
I have,
Scary.
sometimes at night,
Yes.
I fall off the bed.
Really?
No, it's a lie!
Oh!
Yes. I told you the truth straight after. I don't fall off the bed. I'm a sturdy individual.
Well, I believed it. Oh, you
Yes,
really
well
good
that
lie.
is, oh, I'm a good liar. You know, I try my
Yes.
best. Yeah, I try my best.
I'm quite-
I used to be able to convince anyone of anything.
Well, you convinced me, so that's another person
Oh, so
that you've convinced.
I'm gonna add that to my, my little
Why is your name Mud?
resume. Oh, I don't know. My dad's name was Dirt.
What was your mother's name?
My mother's name? Oh, my mother's name was Barbara.
Oh. Barbara.
Yes.
Orc name. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Stone.
I have a brother named Sand.
Sand. Sand too.
Yes, you like Sand too.
Eh.
You know what your nickname could be?
Mm.
Tree.
Tree?
Mud and Tree. Mud Tree.
Oh,
Tree
I
mud.
like tree.
Yes.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
have you seen my tree?
Can't say I have. What does it look like? Because you didn't tell me what it
Well-
looked like, so I wouldn't know if I've seen it.
Do you know what a willow tree is?
Yes, they got like the long legs.
Yes, like
Yes.
this. Ow! Why did I do that?
Oh,
Okay,
can I
that'll
keep
grow
that? Oh,
Yes, you. Yeah, go ahead.
awesome, thank you.
Yes.
I'll whittle it for you.
Oh. I suppose you can't. I mean, I don't feel anything out of it anymore. So go ahead.
All right.
So my tree is the best tree you've ever seen. It's this big willow tree, and it's golden, and it hangs low, and very healthy, hopefully. Very pretty. If you see it, let me know.
Can't say I have seen that, my love. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
love.
But yeah.
Oh.
Do you like dragons?
I've met. Oh. Hypothetically, yes, I do like dragons. I
Right.
mean, I've never really seen one. My brother has told me about a dragon before, but
Yes.
I have met a dragonborn.
Oh.
But they said it was not the same thing.
Oh.
So,
I don't know the
Don't.
difference. But
Me neither.
so there was this tradition in my family, right? My dad was
Yes.
he made things. He was like a carpenter. Yes.
Oh.
And so I kind of took on the family name. I don't know where my dad is, unfortunately.
you make carpet?
No.
What?
Wood.
Oh.
I do things with wood. Yes. And we had this tradition that we would give each other wood things, and
Oh.
I have something
wood
for you.
Really?
And he moves towards his desk, and atop his desk with many of the other little trinkets and things he has, all the little other whittled wooden objects and animals and creatures, he has a very glorious looking big dragon sculpture that he's done that is made out of wood. It's very cool looking. It kind of has like fire kind of coming out of its mouth, and there's a tail wrapped around and big wings, and he grabs it off of his shelf very delicately, and he looks at you and he goes, "Mud will now give you the dragon of friendship."
Thank you for the dragon of friendship. Wow.
And he passes it off to her, and
What looks is that?
he takes the vine. He takes the vine of hair, basically, that you gave him, the little like willow tree vine, and he looks at the dragon for a moment and goes, "I know what to do with this." And he wraps it around the dragon's neck, and he says, "A scarf like mine."
They're matching.
We are matching, yes.
What wood did you make this out of?
Wood.
Wood.
Yes. I don't know. I went out back and found it in the grass. At the very back of the school where the lake is and things. There's a
I
lake.
hope it wasn't my tree.
No. It wasn't golden or glowing.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, just wood.
Wow. Does everyone do this here? Give dragons a friendship?
No, but if they did, they'd be pretty cool.
They would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like you, Mud. You are very nice.
I like you,
She
Tree.
on her bedside table.
I'm glad
very
we have this companionship.
Mm-hmm. Is this where we sleep?
Yes, on the bed. Or the floor, depending on what you like. Or the desk, if that's more your vibe. Or the bathtub. You could also sleep there. It's very cold. Sometimes I do that. And then, if you're small enough, I guess you could fit in the sink. But that would be probably pretty uncomfortable. There's like this weird thing coming off the wall, and that would probably I don't think it would be very comfy.
How do we see the stars from here, though? The roof is very confining.
Roof.
It stays?
Yes.
Oh.
As far as I've seen so far, it does not move.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that is
Pretty
a change.
stagnant piece of
Is
whatever it is.
change indeed.
Yeah, it does not change.
Yeah.
But if you want some time, we could go out into the field and lay and watch the stars together.
Could we?
Yes, I am smooth at the
Oh.
romance.
Rome? Oh, I mean, I would do that with my family all the time. I mean, we didn't have a roof, so
The romance?
it was. No. Oh, no. I mean, all of my family were betrothed people, but yeah. I mean, we could try the romance, but I don't. I mean, friendship, yes. Family, and lay out in the field too, if you want to. If it's a romance thing for you, oh, geez.
I just think that once we're laying together on the field looking at the stars, the romance will be so strong that I'm not sure we could resist.
Resist what?
The romance.
The romance.
Yes.
Well, if it comes upon us, we could fight it, or
Or we don't,
I don't
fight it.
know.
Perhaps we allow it into our lives.
I feel like Aria would have an answer to this. Or Julien. Julien talks a lot. Mud.
It, of course, is not a requirement. I just wanted to offer it to
no.
you in case
No,
that's something
I
you wanted. And
appreciate
I am amenable. I think that's the word. I am amenable to whatever floats your boat.
From one wood-loving person to another.
Wood. Mm-hmm.
Consider it. Thank you.
I love that tree. That's very nice of you. Just let me know, and I will be emotionally available for you. Anyways,
Can I roll for attraction?
I could listen to these two talk. For
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
It was just
I've never
constant.
These are my absolute favorites
They're my favorite.
that I've
I love
ever
that.
encountered.
It's Himbo Bimbo.
So much.
Himbo
I want
Bimbo.
to be an idiot with them so bad.
I,
Over, please.
I I've never rooted for any like two beings more in my life.
I love
I
Like,
love
I'm
it.
10.
Oh,
That's pretty good. The romance.
that's a in
Hit me roll,
the
hit me roll.
success range. So
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I
It's
can
an
roll.
unsure 10. She's like, okay, I've never met this type of
I don't
person
know what
before.
the hell a romance
Oh my
is, but
God.
romance?
What is romance?
I love him so much.
he got
This man is
Smooth.
very
I'm
smooth.
losing my mind.
he got an 11, so that tracks.
Oh my god.
And I can imagine
that,
him.
that matches what we were seeing.
He's emotionally
I'm all
available.
about this.
I'm
so
Claude has a
emotionally
run for his
available.
money.
We'll
Claude
say
has a run for his money.
available.
It's okay. If Claude's he's in good hands.
Claude will get in someone's pants, I'm
He
sure.
is.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm sure.
he's Claude.
He's
This is only the first session, y'all.
Yo.
I've met too many incredible characters. They're also
Thank
good.
you.
Oh, thank you. I promise we're almost
And
finished.
they will be in my mind.
Polyamorous.
So we're literally right at the end. So,
Okay.
So, Mud just kind of like nods to you, and he takes his backpack off, and he walks over to his desk, and he puts his backpack down on his chair, and he pulls out just a bunch of branches that he clearly had gone and he was collecting, just like wood logs that he was finding outside, little things of bark, and he's just like placing them on his desk, and there's dirt getting on his desk, and like sand, and like God knows what. And he's just like, he's smiling happily because he's like, oh, he has more work to do and more things he can work on. And does Andromeda do anything?
She's gonna like go kind of like sit on the side of her bed, like very unsure. She's never really had a bed like this before, and she's just gonna like smooth out her skirt. She's gonna be like,
Mud,
Yeah.
never roomed with someone before. Do you have rules or
I don't. I'm very laid back.
very laid back.
Yeah. I mostly sleep, whittle, and on occasion I shower.
Okay. I've never showered before.
Oh. You know what? That is so respectable. Yeah, you know, I was called Mud because I was basically always covered in mud, and I like the mud. Mud is home, mud is safe. And, yeah, I think that's a really commendable thing of you.
I agree. I mean, I would
Hygiene is overrated.
bathe. Like in
Hygiene's overrated,
water?
Andro, cry.
Oh, yes.
Don't even worry
Hydro-
about it.
Hygiene is overrated.
Mm-hmm.
What is hygiene?
That can be our motto.
Natural.
All natural, mud and tree.
All natural.
All
mud.
natural, mud and tree.
Yes.
Mud,
Yes.
tree.
What is your clothes policy?
Me?
They're kind of sticklers about this around here. Yes.
Never really
Outside.
thought of a clothes policy. A lot of the time I just sleep in whatever I'm wearing.
Oh.
What about you?
Well, where I come from, we're very loosey-goosey. Like, you know, whatever we had on us or not, it was very, you know,
Not.
never at all, I guess. It was not weird.
Not.
Not. Yes.
That's fine.
I will keep my clothes on. Okay.
No, that's not necessary.
Okay.
You do what you
Well-
are comfortable with.
I only have these clothes.
Right. So,
They took away my old ones. And this
throw it to
weird-
the
she
wind.
brings out of her bag the weird jumpsuit. She's like,
This. Very restricting.
Yes.
So, well, good to know, Mud.
Yes.
To know.
You do whatever you please. I will not be bothered by it. Not many things bother Mud.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Well, Mud, it's lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Tree. Glad we've made
to
this
meet you too.
acquaintance.
Orc. You're sure you're not going to eat me, right?
No.
Okay, lovely.
Bring me some broccoli. That's all I need.
Broccoli.
Yes. Mm. If you really want to make me happy, vegetables.
Vegetables.
Mud likes vegetables.
She's gonna open the bed. She's gonna like climb in.
Okay.
Cover her head with it.
Aww. From
Nice to meet you,
there, from there, you've all officially met your roommates. Get into it. And to close off, basically,
Woo.
there is, as you guys are all getting settled in your rooms, there's a little bit of like a kind of thing that comes on, and you notice that there is a little intercom type speaker at the top of your room on the ceiling, and it's staticky and it makes a couple noises, and then you recognize the voice of Arter come through, and I realize you guys haven't heard his voice yet, but he comes through and he just kind of says like, it is closing time now, and we are going to be shutting doors, and we are going to be making sure no one is leaving now because curfew is in order. I hope to bid you good night and that you sleep well. Yes. And then after he says his little piece, it kind of statics a little bit again, and you recognize the voice of Claude come through. And he says, Andromeda's like, sing me to sleep. And he comes through and he's like, he's like,
All that.
he's like, all right, guys. He's like, I hope you had a great first day, and I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good bonding experience. I hope you're really vibing with your roommates, and you're gonna be starting your schedule soon, and I'm gonna be starting my daily announcements, which I'm really excited for. I'm gonna be talking to y'all every day. You're never gonna get enough of me. And he goes on this whole little thing, this whole little spiel, and he basically just says good night, and he wishes you luck on your next day, on the next day, which is your first day of school and classes. And he says fly on at the end, and he shuts off the intercom and it does like a little and it goes flat. As you guys go to sleep that night, give me 2 seconds. I have something for you as your little farewell. Get into it. What was that?
Aria snoring.
Oh, valid. As you go to sleep that night, Arlow, you close your eyes and it takes you a little bit of time, all of you. It takes you a little bit of time to fall asleep. You're in this strange new place. You're sleeping practically next to a complete stranger.
She's gonna kill me.
She's gonna eat you. You're sleeping next to like a complete new stranger. You don't know where you are in the world. You feel a little bit lost and you feel a little bit overwhelmed. And you're feeling a little nervous for the next day, but you're also, part of you is a little excited. And as you lay your heads down and as you finally fall asleep after quite a bit of tossing and turning and some just anxious, laying there staring at the ceiling, listening to your roommates sleep away, Arlow, once you fall asleep, you have a strange dream, and you see glass shimmering, and you see bubbles, and you can't quite make out what you see, but there's something behind a glass like outlook, essentially. And you see like a blurred image of something, and you see a shadow of someone walk by, and the dream fizzles out, and you have no idea what the fuck it means. Aria, as you lay down your head to sleep and you finally fall asleep, you hear 𝐿𝐻 snoring away. Very light snuffles. It's not really like it's more like a little kind of thing, because he's got this little like cat
Aria
nose.
also snores a little.
I love
Actually,
that.
no. Aria definitely talks in her sleep. She definitely talks in her sleep.
I love that for her.
But does at the same way that he does it, where it's like random gibberish. It's just like.
As you close your eyes and as you finally fall asleep, Theo, your roommate sleeps absolutely silently, by the way.
Oh, of course. She does. Of course she
Aside
does.
from a slight, aside from a slight purring that you hear every now and then from her.
Be reminded that I
live with a cat. And Aria, as you finally close your eyes and you finally manage to kind of fall asleep and drift into a slumber, you see two figures, black figures. You can't see any features on them, but they look small. They look like young figures. They're very short, and they're laughing together, and their hands start to reach out, and then your dream fizzles away, and you see nothing else but that. Theron, as you close your eyes to go to sleep, you look over, and Art isn't sleeping. She has her little lamp on, and she's scribbling away in her little book, and you kind of lay your head down, and her little scribbles and stuff is almost like a little bit of a lullaby for you, to hear like that sort of commotion happening in the room, and the knowledge of knowing that someone is awake in the room with you. And as you close your eyes and drift into sleep, you see fire, a lot of fire, and you see stones falling, and smoke, and the dream fades away in a cloud of smoke, basically. Andromeda, as you close your eyes and finally fall into some sort of sleep, some restless sleep after being around just this absolutely chaotic world, Mud across from you is laying with his mouth wide open. There's drool hanging out. He's like got an arm hanging over the side of the bed. He's like, and he's just completely just like out like a light.
His name is Sokka from Avatar.
Yes.
So right. That's accurate.
You close your eyes and you enter a sleep, and you start to see and feel warm, like almost like burning. Your skin feels like it's burning, and your brain feels fuzzy, and your vision feels fuzzy, and you see just like this golden bright light in the distance, and just feel this like hot air against your cheeks, and your dream fizzles out into black. Julien, as you close your eyes, you're not sure what Silky's doing. She hasn't come out of her little textbook house. She's just kind of, she must just be chilling in there, or she's already fallen asleep. You kind of lay your head down, you put your glasses on your bedside table, and kind of close your eyes and try to just focus on sleeping. You're very much a man of science, so you know that there are ways to make yourself fall asleep when you need to. And so as you drift away, you see street lamps and bright lights, and you feel just this cold air, and you see a dark shadow in front of you and a long coat spiraling out, and it flaps slightly in the wind, and as it flaps, the image goes to black. And that's where we're gonna leave you guys for now.
Amazing.
Good job! Thank you. I'm sorry it was so long. Goddamn.
That was
I'm sorry.
So
Chat
good.
for Bob. Pause
Yeah.
the chat for Bob.
Thank you. How are you guys feeling? Everything feels good? Does it feel like
good.
vibey? Yeah.
I just
Great.
want to
So
double
good.
check something.
Yes.
I add something just.
Absolutely.
You mentioned at one point that if we didn't charge our phone thing, then we wouldn't be able to use them. So can I add that before I go to bed?
Yes. For this first
I
session,
plug in.
you
I didn't
guys,
specify it.
that's so
Okay.
valid. For this
Thank
session,
you.
you can all plug in because I also jumped to you guys going to
Andromeda
bed.
asked Mud how to plug it in.
Valid.
I like generally like.
I'm glad that you
instead of
remembered
stuff,
that,
I wanna
'cause
specify.
yeah, I'm glad you remembered that. I was probably gonna give you guys a pass anyways because it was like the first session. For like future things, it'll definitely be very interesting. How
I
that
remembered
goes.
it. I told
Good
you I
job,
was
good
gonna-
job, good
Good
job. And all the house
My actual phone
advisors,
is on 7%,
the house
so I'm like,
valid. All the house advisors were also just like charge your TCDs.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
is it.
So you all charge them. God knows if your roommates charge them. Mud probably did not remember to charge his. You know, it's Nari definitely does. She's a bit of an overachiever, and
No.
Koo
No,
does.
I
Koo
know.
feels
Somebody
responsible.
said in chat,
I
which
love
I
her.
think I completely agree with, that you are she's just gonna be the scary lesbian, and you're gonna be the himbo best friend, and that's just how it's gonna be. That's just it, you know.
It's great to do.
I'm
Love
rooting
her.
for
Why
that.
is you dynamic, and I
I'm
love
rooting
it.
for that.
All I want.
Do you guys have any questions for me at all,
No.
or any questions about
When's
anything?
the next
really?
session?
I was
Yeah,
doing this
yeah,
next.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So much fun.
If you guys really, oh my god, if you guys really had that much fun, we can do 2 a month, but I don't want to overwhelm anyone.
2 months.
So
Valid.
if
Yeah,
that feels like, obviously they're not all gonna be this long, and we'll be able to like
I mean,
stop them before they get
Even
this
if
long.
they are.
That's true, but whatever you guys are comfortable
Yeah.
with it,
I mean-
you guys just let me know.
Pretty
So.
much.
Yeah, as long as we plan them in advance, like
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
and it would be like you'd have time
Mm-hmm.
in between, like either 2 weeks or
think-
3 weeks or something.
Sure.
Because if we did it, I think it would probably be like a start of the week, end of the week type deal.
I already missed them so
Also,
much.
want to make sure that you have enough time to.
Yes, because I really like having references for you
That's
guys,
so true.
and I really like having like that kind of stuff to show you what things look like.
Your art, we appreciate your art.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you.
So
Thank
good.
It's so fun to do. It's so fun to do.
Good.
Thank
To
you.
be like
For so
staring at those
many.
images.
The amount of simping
Ugh.
we did is insane.
Well, you all know what your
The
roommates
amount
look
of
like
falling in
now.
love I did.
Good.
Yeah, is astounding, bae.
I made
That's
it
what
better.
Chad's
I
saying.
will change the
I'm a
chat.
simp for like every single character. It's fine.
Yeah.
As you
Same.
should.
They're all really well written, alright?
Thank you.
They're all
They
wonderful.
are. I love them.
I'm gonna have to go through this
Whoa.
session and take notes because there's a lot of stuff I said in this session that I haven't written down. So,
But we haven't
um,
recorded.
yes, there's just things I had in my brain that I'm like, I know I'll forget this at some point. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys had a good time. If there's anything you want to talk about after session, let me know. But I know that we've been going for a while, so you guys probably have stuff that you need to do. I'm just gonna close off stream, chat with them for a little bit, and then I will be here if you guys want to talk about anything. Thank you for being.
Hi, guys.
Thank you for being literally so lovely, all of you, and dealing with because it was also my first time doing this, so it was very nerve wracking.
It was
well.
great.
Thank
you.
you.
did so well.
Amazing.
Thank
You
you.
did better.
Um,
You did amazing.
Incredible.
Thank you. I'm really excited for what's to come because you guys have such intricate characters, and there's also a lot of stuff that I'm sure we have to kind of round off with some of your characters, so we can also talk about that whenever. Basically, we didn't need to really finish that now to polish them off, because not much was going to be revealed, obviously, this session.
Sure.
But yeah,
I like the hints
so
though.
yeah,
I
so
like that.
The foreshadowing.
the foreshadowing. Yes, I wasn't sure if it would be too soon to introduce kind of a dream sequence to you guys, but I wanted to give you a little taste. So,
I like
Oh,
that.
No, I like
I like
it.
okay.
Dream
It's very
sequences are
nice.
always appreciated here, Bubba.
I'm so glad. I just think that with the pressure that your characters are under, you would have some kind of dream because of
Crazy
how
dreams.
much is going
I
on.
agree.
Yeah.
I
Um,
agree.
Everyone's dreams are so cool, and I'm very aware of what my dream is.
are you?
Same.
Are you
So I'm
though,
like-
Theo?
Yeah.
Maybe not. But I feel like I like. Maybe I'm not.
You're
Maybe
not.
I'm-
I am,
Trust me,
right?
when I tell you,
Am
you.
I?
Yes, you are. Theo,
Okay.
when I tell you,
Yeah.
you have no idea. You have no idea.
Fuck.
Yours is very much a mystery.
That is so cool because it like it's
I'm so happy.
I really appreciate you
looking
guys
forward to,
being
like-
here for so long too.
Oh my god, it was so much
Yeah.
fun.
I'm so glad. yeah, let me know. We can talk about further sessions. Obviously, at this point, they'll probably be in February anyways. So if you guys wanted to start with like start of February, end of February or something, we could do that.
Yeah, just let me know a date and we can plan it.
Because I think chat really enjoyed it too. I think everyone really enjoyed watching, and they said that they simped the heck out of chat. So everyone's been simping the whole time for you guys and for your roommates. So
as they should.
As they should.
Really, truly.
But I love you guys.
We love
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. And if you do want to chat about anything, I'll stay in the thing because I'm gonna just pop over. But yes. So, anyways, okay. I love you. I love you.
Arlow.
Arlow.
That's my Arlow
my
reference.
That's so good. That's
how he
I'm
looks.
over here
I'm
to
trying my
fix
character
myself.
uniquely. This is fantastic.
Fucking do it. I need to fix myself. Ooh.
Well,
I'll date Arlow if y'all won't.
What?
I'll
What?
date
I'll date
Arlow.
Arlow if y'all want. He's me, and I'm him. I want to be him so bad.
You
I
are
mean,
him, Theo.
You already are. The differences are the fins.
Yeah, basically.
That's true, but what if surgically I did a little
A little fin
Dye
action.
your hair
I wanna
blonde,
look like
grow it out.
him.
I love you guys.
You can cosplay him.
I'm gonna say goodbye to chat, and then I will...
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Let me mute you guys for
I know.
me real quick.
I know.
Bye. There we go. Okay. Okay, chat. Hello. I hope you guys had a really good time. Obviously. When will my next live be? It'll probably be Monday, depending on how things go. I usually stream Monday and Fridays. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. I will be posting probably more about these cuties in our in the Discord and things of that nature. I saw a couple of you asking like if you could write fan fiction and things like that nature. As long as you credit the stream, that is totally okay. As long as you credit like our little campaign, that would be great because I worked really hard on it. And if things aren't referenced a lot of the time, people don't get any credit for what they've created. So you're welcome to draw fan art. You're welcome to write fan fiction. Just please pay credit where credit is due. But I'm really, really grateful to you guys for watching for so long. There were so many of you. And you were all so interactive, and I felt really bad that I couldn't like really interact with you guys because I had to really focus on what we were doing, obviously. But I really appreciate you guys just being here and interacting and having a good time in chat. And if you want to watch this back, you are 100% able to. And yeah, so it will be on my channel for the foreseeable future. Keep a lookout. I'm probably going to be uploading a con vlog either today or tomorrow. And yeah, what time on Monday? I am not sure. It'll usually be around 3 or 4 probably. Love you guys too. Thank you so much for being here. I really hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to more D&D streams because this was such a good time. And yeah, thank you for being here for so long. Simple Soren, thank you so much. I don't know if you're still here in the chat, but thank you so much for the donations, for the 2 donations. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you all of you for being here, and just vibing with us. It was a really good time, and I can't wait for like the next episode and where this little campaign's gonna go. So, I'm so glad that it was awesome. Thank you. But yeah, I appreciate you guys so much, and I will talk to you later. Farewell, have a good night, stay safe, and yeah, it was good chatting with you all, and I hope that the stream was pretty enjoyable. But mwah, love you all very much. Have a good night. Farewell. Thank you so much, Mary Vlogs. Thank you guys so much. And if you still want to take the house quiz, you're absolutely able to. It is exclamation point house quiz in the chat, and you can figure out what house you are if you'd like. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Good night. You guys stay safe, hydrate, make sure you eat some dinner, get some good sleep. I love you guys very much. Thank you for being here. Mwah!